Mr. Mayor, it's 6:30. Are we ready to begin?
Yes, we are ready to begin for the evening. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this evening. And welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, March 17th, 2025. If you wish to provide a public comment tonight, please fill out a speaker card in the back of the chamber and bring it to our clerk, who is in the front of the chamber. I will now invite Maria Galvez and Monica Aparicio to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish this evening.
Thank you and good evening. Hola, me llamo María Galvez y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Mónica Aparicio. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma predilecto, después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funciona la interpretación. Estamos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si está conectado con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idioma. Gracias. Thank you. We're ready.
And thank you. May we have a roll call, please?
Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson?
Here.
DeCarly?
Present.
Now?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Wonderful. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. And a moment of silence, please. To start our meeting, I'd like to look up and down the dais and see if anyone wants to change the agenda. Any deletions, additions? No, good. Then we're going to follow the agenda the way it's printed and you have copies of. And that moves us to our proclamations for the evening, a fun part of our evening. And I'd like to invite Elaine and Robert Ramirez to the podium while we read this proclamation regarding Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas colorectal cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths in the United States, whereas colorectal cancer is one of the few cancers that can be prevented with timely screening, but 1 in 3 Americans are not up to date on their screening. Whereas colorectal cancer is the leading cause of cancer death for men and the second leading cause of death for women under the age of 50. And whereas American Indian, Alaska Natives, and Black Americans are more likely to be diagnosed with colorectal cancer and more likely to die than other groups, and whereas colorectal cancer is expected to account for 12% of cancer deaths among Hispanic men and 9% of cancer deaths for Hispanic women. And whereas Americans in rural areas are more likely to be diagnosed and die from colorectal cancer than Americans in urban areas. Whereas in 2024, there are approximately 152,810 new cases and 53,010 deaths from colorectal cancer. Whereas the national goal established by the Colorectal Cancer Roundtable is to strive to increase timely screening rates to 80% in every community, whereas observing a Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month during the month of March would provide a special opportunity to increase awareness and offer education to the importance of early detection and screening. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby acknowledge March 2025 as Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Thank you to Ramirez's.
Thank you for that. I'm just going to talk a little bit about colorectal cancer, and then we'll speak about how it has affected our family. And you gave a lot of very good and important information in the proclamation, so I'm very proud of the city for doing that. And I'll start, we did a little speech. We want to express our deepest gratitude to the City Council for proclaiming March as Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month in Petaluma. This is not just an acknowledgement, it is a beacon of hope for countless families fighting a silent battle. Colorectal cancer, or CRC, is a devastating disease that strikes in the colon or the rectum. It is the leading cause of cancer death for men and women combined, behind only lung cancer. But here's the frightening truth. CRC is now the leading cancer killer of men under 50 and the second for women under 50. In the United States, those born in the 1990s face double the risk of colon cancer and quadruple the risk of rectal cancer compared to individuals born in the 1950s. That's my age. It is no longer a disease of the elderly. It is a stealthy predator taking the lives of our youth at an alarming rate. The International Agency for Research on Cancer estimated in 2020 there were 1.93 million new cases of colorectal cancer worldwide and 935,000 deaths. Furthermore, in 2030, in just 5 short years, it is predicted that colorectal cancer will claim the lives of 27,400 young individuals between the ages of 20 and 49 in the United States. But colorectal cancer doesn't have to be a death sentence. This is a cancer we can prevent. Through colonoscopies, we can detect and remove polyps, small growths in the colon or rectum, long before they become life-threatening. It's a simple, pain-free procedure that saves lives. Early detection is the difference between life and death, and if you are 45 years of age or older, you are due for a colonoscopy screening right now. CRC is a silent killer creeping in without early symptoms. Its signs are fatigue, blood in the stool, irregular bowel movements, and are often dismissed as hemorrhoids or minor digestive issues or unrelated. But for far too many, by the time the truth is uncovered, it is too late. Please don't ignore your body. Trust it, listen to it, act on it. For our family, colorectal cancer has a face and a name. Our son, Armand Ramirez. He was 37 years old, full of life, love, and promise. He was a father, a son, a friend. He was ours, and now he's gone.
I'll never forget those words from my oncologist. You're too young for cancer. Those dismissals delayed Armand's diagnosis for months, and by the time the truth came out, it was like a storm unleashed. He was diagnosed as stage 3B and became stage 4 in a matter of weeks. The disease consumed not just his body, but our hopes, our dreams, our family. And on November 11th, 2018, after 7 excruciating months, our son died. Since Armand's passing, Elaine and I have transformed our grief into action. Just last week, we returned from Call on Congress in Washington, D.C., sponsored by Fight Colorectal Cancer, where we placed 27,400 blue flags on the National Mall. Each flag represents a young life that will face this disease in 2030 if we do not act now. As we placed those flags, each flag whispered a sign of plea. Don't let this happen. We met with lawmakers and shared Armand's story. We asked them to fund a $20 million colorectal cancer research program under the Department of Defense. CRC research is not just underfunded, it's neglected. We urge them all to join the bipartisan colorectal cancer caucus because we need every voice in this fight, Democrat, Republican, Independent. Cancer does not discriminate. Among all those we spoke with, Senators Schiff and Padilla, Representatives Thompson, Harder, and Huffman, Congressman Harder and Congressman Huffman's office especially stood out as allies ready to help amplify our cause. People ask us often why we subject ourselves to the constant reminders of our pain, why we advocate along patients fighting the same disease that took our son. The answer is simple. We couldn't save Armand, but maybe, just maybe, we can save someone else's son or daughter or brother or mother. We can't bring Armand back, but we can honor him by fighting for others. Please take this seriously and look at your family, your friends, your colleagues. This disease doesn't discriminate and it doesn't wait. Advocate for yourself and those who you love. Spread awareness, get screened. CRC doesn't have to be a silent killer and it doesn't have to win. Thank you for allowing us to share this with you. Your proclamation is deeply appreciated, and we hope that this message will spread. I would just like to say one other thing. We were in Washington, D.C. last week for a week, and I can't tell you, it was, with our times right now, it was sad being there because of what we were doing, along with other 300 and some odd people who helped us set those flags on the mall. And if anyone wants to see them, you should just, all you have to just Google or search National Mall Blue Flags, and it'll come up. And you'll see what we did there, National Mall Blue Flags. And I know Janice was following us and saw as we were posting. The people in Washington were so welcoming to us, especially when we say we're from California. They love California people. It was like, whoa, okay, nice to hear that. They were sad. It was in the Capitol buildings, in the Senate building. Everyone's walking like on eggshells. It was you could just feel it. And then we go through the monuments and go through the House of Congress, and you see everything about science and inclusion and freedom of speech, all the founding principles. And then we look at what we have right now. It was very disheartening. But we, of course, were there for another reason. And but it was an experience to share. And I just felt, if you haven't been there, you should go. You know, we have a job to do, and this is our job here, but it will be part of that process. And then if you have any questions, Elaine is more than happy to answer anything you like.
Thank you for speaking out. We also have another proclamation tonight for the American Red Cross Month, and I'd like to invite Leland Montel, the Community Disaster Program Manager for Sonoma-Napa counties, and Marilee Guglielmori, to the Disaster Action Team Coordinator, to the podium while we read the proclamation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Marilee is not here, unfortunately. She had a thing.
Thank you. Whereas this March we celebrate American Red Cross Month by recognizing the compassionate acts of people in the city of Petaluma by renewing our commitment to lend a helping hand to our neighbors in need. Whereas the volunteers, blood and platelet donors, and financial supporters who now give back through the Sonoma-Napa disaster response area of the American Red Cross remain unwavering in their commitment to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of today's emergencies. And whereas these volunteers and generous contributors shine a beacon of hope in people's darkest hours, whether it's delivering shelter, food, and comfort during disasters, or providing critical blood donations for hospital patients, supporting service members, veterans, and their families, saving lives with first aid, CPR, AED, and other skills, or delivering international aid and reconnecting loved ones separated by global crisis. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of the City of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby acknowledge March 2025 as Red Cross Month and encourage all citizens in Petaluma to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. Thank you. Would you like to say a word or two?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you very much. On behalf of particularly of our volunteers who live in Petaluma, and I think we have more than a dozen, and also the entire Red Cross body of Sonoma, thank you for this honor. It's actually a huge honor to actually serve the good people of Petaluma, and I would like to present you all with a Red Cross pin. I think I have enough. I didn't realize we had such a crew, but I think I even have one for the mayor. Yeah, and Red Cross, March is actually Red Cross Month nationally, so thanks for including us, for City of Petaluma.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all you do,
Yeah.
and the Red Cross does.
All right, take care.
And that moves us to a presentation that we have for the evening. And I'd like to invite our Chelsea Thompson, Director of Water Resources and Utilities, to the podium to introduce the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight we welcome Lynn Roselli and Jake Spalding from Sonoma Water here to present the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget and rates for the water transmission system, including proposed rates for the Petaluma Aqueduct.
Thank you, Chelsea. Good evening, Council. My name is Jake Spalding. I'm the Finance Manager with Sonoma Water. And as Chelsea mentioned, I'm here with Lynn Roselli, our Financial Services Division Manager. So we're going to provide you with a brief overview of our fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget and rates for the water transmission system. And then we're happy to answer any questions that you may have at the end of the presentation. So each year we develop an annual budget that meets the water transmission system's operations, maintenance, capital, and regulatory demands. Similar to the water systems in Petaluma, our system is aging, and as it ages, there's a heightened need for infrastructure repairs and upgrades so that we can continue to operate it and maintain the system to provide benefit to all who benefit from it. Next slide, please. So real quick, the water transmission system has three main aqueducts. The Santa Rosa, which is in purple, if you can see this, the Petaluma in blue, and the Sonoma in green. And as Chelsea mentioned, the City of Petaluma is served off the Petaluma Aqueduct. Water contractors are located on one of these aqueducts, you being Petaluma, and per the terms of the restructured agreement for water supply, you pay the aqueduct rate that's associated with that. I did just want to mention, too, that these were all built between 1959 and 1963, so they are starting to get up there in age. Next slide. Sonoma Water, we are proud of the transparent and collaborative process that we take annually. We submit a budget to the TAC Ad Hoc Budget Subcommittee in mid-January, and then we engage in a collaborative process with all the water contractors before finally bringing the budget to our board in April. And I did want to say thank you to Oriana Hart for her participation and her valued input this year in that budget subcommittee, and also to the TAC, which voted a few weeks ago to unanimously support the rate increase. Next slide. Real quick, just to kind of show it again, the water transmission system's not one budget. It's actually multiple funds, the type of which you can see on this slide. Each one of these has its own budget and rate, and then those are compiled, and then the composite rate is what the contractors pay. Next slide. So Sonoma Water, we're facing several challenges. Some of them are unique to us. Some of them are common to everyone in the industry. One of the unique challenges that we have is that we have a fully volumetric rate, and that means that when deliveries are lower, as they have been in the past several years, puts additional pressure on rate increases, since most of our costs are actually fixed. We do also experience some of the same challenges that everyone in the industry, including the city's water system, are experiencing, and that's that we have critical infrastructure. It's got to operate 24/7. It's integral to public health, public safety, and it's gradually aging and requiring additional maintenance and upgrade costs. In addition to that, the majority of our assets are 45 to 65 years old now. About 40% of them only have about 10 to 20% of their useful life remaining, and they have a high consequence of failure because of the nature of what they do. Sonoma Water, we are trying to address this in several different ways. We are developing an asset management plan, which is going to, well, what we've done already is we've done preliminary condition assessments on all of our infrastructure. Those preliminary condition assessments do indicate that the transmission and distribution system many of the assets are in less than acceptable condition. So we are also working on a 20-year comprehensive water master plan. And this plan is going to incorporate all the data from the asset management plan, other planning efforts we've done related to hazard mitigation and resilience efforts, and then give us better optics on what future needs of the systems are, future costs, and allow us to sequence those going forward. In addition to all of that, the system is also vulnerable to natural hazards, earthquake, flood, fire, the primary ones. And I just wanted to let you know that this budget is taking efforts to address all of these challenges. Next slide. Sonoma Water, we're dedicated to serving the community and securing our future through responsible water management and environmental stewardship, continued technical innovation, as well as investment in our critical infrastructure and effective fiscal management. We've highlighted a few of the priority projects that are going on and will be going on that we do in collaboration with all the contractors. I'm not going to read them all out here, but the common themes are resiliency, hazard mitigation, water education, water conservation, and habitat restoration. Next slide, please. So what's in the budget for 25-26? On the capital side, you can see 5 different projects up here that are in the budget that are hazard mitigation projects. I did want to just mention, we're always seeking offsetting revenue to help lower the local cost share. We have secured about $12.6 million from FEMA in the last 10 years in order to achieve these hazard mitigation projects. And we're going to continue looking for that going forward. Of particular note on this slide are the Eli Booster Pump Station and the Wilfred Booster Pump Station. Both of these are on the Petaluma Aqueduct, and their construction is actually one of the reasons that this year we are going to be bonding for projects on the Petaluma Aqueduct. Next slide. In addition to hazard mitigation projects, we have resiliency projects. There's a whole host of them that you can see on the slide here. Of particular note, there's things like the Santa Rosa Plains wells, which provide water resiliency when we have drought conditions. There's also some projects on there that are going to be very large multi-year projects, such as the Water Treatment System Modernization Project, which is going to completely overhaul our chlorination and disinfection systems. So that's one that you'll keep hearing about going forward. So in total, the capital budget is about $18.3 million. Next slide. On the operations side, the budget is about $46 million. There's a couple, in addition to routine maintenance, there's a couple projects on here I did just want to point out real quick. We're doing a bunch of multi-phase, multi-year projects, such as the Aqueduct Cathodic Protection Program. That does prevent corrosion in the aqueducts that serve all the communities. We're recoating and maintaining all of our tanks. That's a 10-year, $88 million program. As well as, securing emergency inventory so that if there is a seismic event, we have the pieces on hand to patch the system up. Next slide. And the other funds that we have, the sub-funds, these cover things like the biological opinion, water supply planning, and water conservation. To date, we've completed about 5 miles of habitat restoration on Dry Creek. And we get significant cost savings on that because the U.S. Army Corps picks up 65% of the cost share. Sonoma Water and the Sonoma Marine Water Saving Partnership also continue to implement a very robust and successful water conservation and education program. And because it's so successful, it continues to attract awards as well as grant funding from both state and federal sources. Next slide. So what does the budget look like when you put it all together? It's about $82 million, as you can see on the slide here. That is being offset by about $21 million in grants, use of fund balance, and bond proceeds. Of note, this is $7.6 million more than the previous fiscal year's budget, and that's really due to all these capital and maintenance needs. And as I mentioned before, there is actually a need to bond for the next 3 years of our capital program, including costs for the Petaluma Aqueduct customers. We're seeking to bond for about $33 million. And you can see the effect of that on the debt service line on the slide. Next slide, please. So where do our costs go? Just to give you a quick overview, the majority of them go to operations and maintenance. That makes up about 56% of our budget. Capital projects is about 22%, and the rest go to the sub-funds as well as debt service. Next slide. So to give you a real quick primer on how our rates are calculated, I know I do this every year, but it's good to remember it. What we do is we follow the restructured agreement for water supply, and what that says is basically we take the cost of operations and maintenance of our system, and we divide that by the amount of water sold. And what we have to use for that water sold number is either the average of the last 3 years of annual water deliveries or the last 12 months of water deliveries. And if you can click several times through this one, what that gives you basically is a cost of water per acre foot. This is a simplified example, so this isn't exact, but what this shows you is because of this volumetric rate, we really do have that pressure on rates when deliveries are low. As you can see here, we're going to be using for the budget the 42,407 acre feet, which is the 3-year annual average, and that number is actually 1% less than what was in the budget last year. So we did see some extra rate pressure there. Next slide. So, due to this volumetric rate structure, a pretty relatively small or modest change in deliveries can have a pretty big impact. This year, we're estimating that about 500 acre feet of deliveries is about 1.3% in change to the rate. Next slide. So, Sonoma Water, we are sensitive to the fact that rate increases are tough to swallow. We have had multiple years of historic drought, mandated conservation measures. And as a result of this, we've had lower water sales revenue the past couple of years. It's significantly reduced our fund balance and, put additional pressure on the rates. We did work closely, both with our staff and the budget subcommittee, to cut and defer projects where we could. In doing that, we were able to identify about $11.3 million in operations and maintenance costs that could be pushed out a little bit, as well as about $5.4 million in next year's budget in capital costs that could be pushed out, and additional costs that could be pushed out in the 3-year bonding window that we're talking about right now. What the effect of this is we were able to bring the rate increase from what was initially projected to be about 40% down to the 10.76% you see today. Next slide. Okay, and so just to show you how the rates are put together, these are all the different funds and charges I was talking about before. As you can see, we're basing it off the 3-year annual average of 42,407 acre feet. The water contractors also do have the ability to set a discretionary aqueduct capital charge. This acts as both a rate stabilization tool to help fund future capital projects on the aqueduct. The Petaluma Aqueduct is in there with a $10 discretionary aqueduct capital charge, and that's one of the reasons that your rate is a little bit higher than the other contractors this year, because last year it was at 0. The other thing that's leading to your slightly higher rate increase is that bond charge that I mentioned. And you can see that it's up there at $15.66 per acre foot. So, the age of our infrastructure, the current condition of the assets, combined with substantial levels of deferred maintenance, it really underscores the importance of addressing these costs now so that we can continue to serve the 600,000 residents in Sonoma and Marin that we do. This budget is an essential step in going forward and making sure that we have a reliable water supply for everyone. Next slide. And I'm going to have Lynn talk to you briefly about our long-range financial plan.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Lynn Rosselli, Financial Services Division Manager with Sonoma Water. We'd like to show you an example of the long-range financial plan over the next 5 years. We actually have a model that goes out as far as 20 years, and we take the suite of capital projects that are provided in our plan, and we build them into this model, and the model takes the demand, which we're saying grows by 1%, which is kind of typical of the most recent water deliveries. And with that 1% demand, it looks, the model optimizes it and indicates that the rate increases over the next 5 years would be approximately 10.6% for a very large sum of projects. I believe it's 114 million in projects just over the next 5 years, and then it becomes significantly more than that over the next 5 years past that. And so we just want to, note here that as water deliveries go up, this rate increase will go down, but we're not seeing that rebound. And so we took a conservative look at this and put this model together. Next slide, please. So we show this slide every year. It's the 2025 wholesale water rates per acre foot in the Greater Bay Area. We're on the far left. We still have the lowest water rates per acre foot in the Greater Bay Area. It's not an apples to apples comparison by any means, but it does indicate that we're still working very hard to maintain reasonable, fair rates while we responsibly manage the water system. Next slide. So the Technical Advisory Committee made a vote on March 3rd, had a vote that recommended the budget and rates to our to the Water Advisory Committee. The Water Advisory Committee votes on April 7th, and a Water Advisory Committee representative, who is Mr. DeCarli, will be at that meeting to make that vote. And then our board adopts it on April 22nd. And we typically ask the councils to make that recommendation. And I hear that the recommendation may not be made until the next meeting. Is that correct? You don't know? Oh, you've already made the recommendation. Okay. Next slide. So this is just some examples that indicate some of the maintenance projects that we do. It really gives you, if you click on these links or you go to these links, you can find a lot of information on our website and about different programs and projects that we're implementing and what it takes to actually maintain the facilities. So we like to share this with our water contractors and with the community. Next slide, please. And that's the end of our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. I will note, I'd love the presentation and love for you to stick around during our general public comment, which is when anyone in the public who might have an issue to raise with you would get a chance. But right now, the council has a chance. Is there anyone in council who'd like to ask a question? Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, one of the things that not in the budget for projects is the whole Potter Valley that's coming up and could be one of the largest expenses we face here in the region. So is there, since we're doing bonds right now just for the current capital projects that were in place, so two questions. For the bonding, how does the bonding work? Because you said we need bonds, but you already did it or somehow. So explain what the bonding process is. And then if we do get the Potter Valley, all the transference in from a regional basis, and we're all sharing costs regionally, what is the future impact might be for us, since that might be a source of water and we'll have to pay into it. What type of increase might happen at that point in time?
So currently, the Potter Valley project is funded by Sonoma Water under a separate fund. It's a water supply fund. The water contractors are not paying for anything related to the Potter Valley project at this time. They haven't to date. I believe there was maybe one project, a planning project, and the water contractors put in a small sum to support it. And that was last year or the year before. And so the water contractors are not paying for the Potter Valley project. That doesn't mean, I believe the restructured agreement for water supply doesn't preclude that Potter Valley project can be paid for by the water contractors. We recognize that it's a significant project with a lot of funding requirements. We're still working on the details and trying to seek and secure funding to minimize the impact on the community overall in terms of the cost of the project. We have not determined yet whether we're going to bond for that or not. We issue revenue bonds, and they're secured by the revenues from water sales of the water transmission system as a whole. and those bonds have to be expended within 3 years. So we look at what suite of projects in 3 years we can design and or construct, and we ask for, we determine what that dollar amount is, and we make sure that we have sufficient capacity to pay the debt service, and then we issue those bonds competitively, usually on the market, on the open market. We estimated here we'd get maybe a 4.3% interest rate, but things are very uncertain. That was a little bit conservative because interest rates are a little, not out sky high at the moment, but we're not issuing them today either. So we took somewhat of a conservative view of 4.3% interest in 20 years in bonds. So the Potter Valley project funding hasn't been fully determined yet. There's funding in the works, but I don't have any information to provide to you on the actual rate or rate increase that it might impact for the water contractors. Do you know if anything further on that?
Good. I just catch on an update on both the practical part of it as well as the future financial part. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember DeCarli?
Does Sonoma Water plan to push back against PG&E as far as paying for any of this stuff instead of it becoming the taxpayer's burden, since it's their facility that they own?
So PG&E is giving up the license, and I believe they're giving up that license because they can't get this project to pencil out for them. I don't know. I'm not part of the meetings, and I don't know. It's a JPA. It's a Joint Powers Authority that governs the work that's going on at Potter Valley, and I am not aware of whether or not there is continuing talks about asking PG&E to contribute or not. Do you know anything further?
Yeah, feel free to say that's outside of the scope of tonight's presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Quinn?
So did I understand it correctly that we're looking at a proposed 10.5% rate increase year over year for the next 6 years?
So this is the example long-range financial plan that we have provided. We redo the plan every year. We redo the assumptions every year. The model is very sensitive to water deliveries. So if water deliveries increase above the 1% amount that we showed in this particular scenario, your rate increase is going to go down significantly. It's very sensitive to water demand. We will also take into account on an annual, next year we'll take a look at the suite of projects. We'll determine whether or not, there's any way to defer any of the capital projects to bring the rate increase down. So we're not saying absolutely 10.6% for the next 3 years, but this is just an example that we're giving to you, given the assumptions that are on that slide, to say that that's what we're projecting, given the projects that we have planned right now. Some projects get delayed, right? And so they'll be pushed out even further on the timeline. There might be environmental issues or right-of-way issues that delay the project, so it wouldn't end up being part of the suite of projects that we included in this version of the model, in this scenario.
Okay.
So it could change.
But so are we projecting a 10.5% increase for next year? Is that, I'm just trying to understand what I saw.
Yeah, we do an annual budget. We do an annual budget. And so each year we redo the budget. This model isn't looking at trying to, it's optimizing and smoothing out the rates over time. So instead of having a 3% rate increase one year and 16% the next year, it's doing 10.6% across a number of years. So it smooths out the rate. So we do not know what the rate is going to be next year because it's based on it's a fully volumetric rate and it's based on water deliveries. We don't even have those water deliveries yet to base it on because we have to look at last year's water deliveries, prior year's water deliveries.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to say that it's concerning if we're facing a 10.5% rate increase year over year for any years. I mean, our community's already faced with the pressures of inflation. Mm-hmm. And I would certainly want to know that we're doing everything we can to keep costs in check before mm-hmm. we see those kind of rate increases.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thanks. I'm going to go a little bit deeper on that. I think I heard you say that the rate increase goes up from year 6 to 10. Did I hear that right? From 10.6, Because you said you have a 20-year projection.
So we do have a 20-year projection, but we only have confidence right now in the 5 years that, or 3 to 5 years that we're showing you. And we give the water contractors the entire plan and all of the suite of projects and when they're going to occur in which year and how much they're going to cost. But the model itself smooths out the rate so that it's 10.6% per year rather than having having rate spikes, right? So it's trying to minimize and smooth out those rate spikes. So you don't say 3% one year and then suddenly next year it's 10%, 12%, 16%, 20%, whatever the number is, in order to make up for the fact that you were lower the prior year.
Thanks.
I just add, I think what Lynn said earlier was that after that 5 years, we have the cost of the projects goes up. There are some very large projects that are in the longer time frame. You know, that being said, some of those projects we've been able to consistently push them back because they're capacity building projects, and because we have been conserving, we've been able to push those out on the timeline and not implement those, which would make the rate increase even higher. So we'll continue to do that, you know, as long as we can.
The issue is that, you know, as Jake had mentioned, it's aging infrastructure. Costs are going up to upgrade this infrastructure. On the Petaluma Aqueduct, you know, it's maybe $4.5 million or so in projects just on that aqueduct over the next, 3 years. But then you go after the next 5 years after that, there's $80 million. And then there's another $100 million in the 5 years after that. And on top of that, just the Petaluma Aqueduct, all the water contractors share the costs of the common facilities, capital projects, and that is even more capital dollars on top of that. So there's hundreds of millions of dollars in projects.
Yeah, understood. And just for the audience, I'll channel my council member Healy, who used to say that the efficiency is great because it avoids the big capacity projects. And at the same time, every time that we save water in a drought, we harden, which means that we don't see this big spike coming back up. And that's what causes the rates to go up because the water deliveries are down. And so that's why we're doing a great job of conserving, and we're paying the price for it, I guess you would say. Thanks.
Vice Mayor now.
And I wanted to add on to Councilmember Barnacle, the water customers in Petaluma, we have made so many changes to our water using habits and conserving. I mean, even young children, all ages know how to conserve, and in our homes and our appliances are water conserving appliances now. And we are not landscaping like we used to. Our lawns are shrinking or disappearing. So I really want to congratulate the city of Petaluma and the residents for what they're doing for water conservation and helping with those numbers.
And we actually have a grant program. We're passing through funds to the water contractors for them to implement more of their water use efficiency projects.
And one of the favorite things of going to the fair is getting the low water usage shower heads, the garden sprayers, the little egg timer that tells you you've been in the shower for more than a minute or whatever. And, I have them all over my house, and I pick them up at the fair. So I hope you'll be educating the consumers at the fair again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I sort of had a follow-up on that, which you may want to defer to city staff on, but I know our water consumption as a city is down from the year 2000. Now we use less than we did in the year 2000. Is that also a trend of the last 5 years? We still declining consumption?
Yeah, over the last 3, 5, and 10-year period, budgeted deliveries are down. Now, the way we budget, because of those 3-year averages and stuff, sometimes it's a little off, but over that same time period, as of this year, it is flat or slightly positive.
Great. Okay, and the second question was, what percent is your wholesale fee part of what percent of the retail that a customer pays? Is that a staff question? And I know the water bill is sewer and water, so it's, there's a lot of numbers here.
Yeah, so let me know if I don't answer this correctly. So we don't, the city of Petaluma, so the rate that we purchase imported water goes directly as a pass-through rate to the customers. We don't add on any to that. And in a normal water year, we typically use about 95 to 100% of Sonoma water for our water supply. So we don't have any additional supply costs. So
we have pipes, we have pumps, we have tanks. And is our cost internally as much as the purchase water price? I mean, it's about half. And you can say, let me get back to you on that.
Yeah, I don't.
But I think that's
I don't know
about,
if I understand the question, but
how much of the water bill total is due to our wholesale water costs?
Oh, I see. So I can just give you that. For example, this next fiscal year, with the increase in Sonoma Water's cost per acre foot for an average residential customer using 700 cubic feet of water in a month, the consumption charge will increase about $4 a month, rising from an average of $40 to about $44 or $45 a month. And so there's a fixed charge on the water bill, and then there's a consumption charge. And so that'll increase the consumption charge by an average of $4 a month for a residential customer using 700 cubic feet.
I think the way I want to ask this then is, will the water bill go up 10%?
The water bill will not go up 10%.
Thank you. Yeah. It's some somewhat smaller number we're talking about. Their 10% doesn't go right through the customer. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the presentation. I hope you'll stick around and hear comments that the public might make as we move into our general public comment period. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as stated, now we're moving into our general public comment period, and the public is invited to make comment for things that are general public interest within the city's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on tonight's agenda. And so public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, and depending on the total number of persons, not to exceed 20 minutes in total. So we'll divide up the time. And I'd like to ask our clerk to read our messaging and let us know if we've had online comments prior to the meeting tonight.
Thank you. Yes, we did receive 3 online general public comments, which are posted to the website. And at this time, I will start a 30-second clock. So members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Card. Thank you. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. Oops.
So we have 13 public comments tonight, and that would leave us at about 90 seconds per public speaker tonight. And our first speaker will be Ron Chestnut, to be followed by Angie Cruz.
Get this right out here. This is my 30 seconds, right? Good evening. My name's Ron Chestnut. I served 3 terms with the Sonoma County Civil Grand Jury from 2017 to 2020, and the last year I was foreperson of the grand jury. I'm currently working with a volunteer group which assists the Superior Court and the sitting grand jury in non-confidential tasks. And today I'm addressing the volunteer recruitment for the 2025-2026 grand jury. The recruitment period for the grand jury is now open and closes in early May. The 19 volunteers selected will serve 1 year from July to June. For those in the audience, this is a perfect opportunity to learn about local government and provide meaningful civil service. It's also a great opportunity for your board spouse who otherwise just complains about what's in the paper. Okay. The Civil Grand Jury's charge is to investigate county and city governments as well as special districts like Sonoma Water. We pinpoint problems and recommend improvements in efficiency and transparency. The Board of Supervisors, oh my goodness, this is fast. The Board of Supervisors has declared March Civil Grand Jury Month. I'm here to ask the city to join with the Board of Supervisors and help publicize, encourage, and support recruitment for the Civil Grand Jury.
Thank you very much.
Perhaps in one of the monthly publications.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I apologize, the 90 seconds goes incredibly fast.
It really
Angie Cruz, to be followed by Jody Johnson.
City Council and City staff, today our residents at Little Woods received a 12-month notice of termination of tenancy. This frightened all of our residents, but we still refuse to give up. We are all under the impression that the formal relocation process has not begun since money has not been deposited to start the relocation report. It appears that Harmony is trying to use a previous period where they send people around to residents to threaten closure when they had not done a formal notification to the city that they were closing. At that time, they told residents that they had to talk to the person who came to the door. Of course, that did not allow our residents due process in a relocation or closure notification. Since the closure notice was sent to the City of Petaluma on June 15th of last year, 2024, it's hard to understand why Harmony is allowed to continue to bypass city laws, ordinances, and more. Tonight, we just merely put on the record that our residents have suffered so much retaliation, intimidation, and abuse. They have had a reduction in services in almost any amenity they pay for, including parking. People have been parking on the street, which has led to car robberies and break-ins. Oh gosh. We at our mobile homes want to desperately get back to the peace we rightfully deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jody Johnson, to be followed by Janice Barker.
Good evening, City Council and City staff. We direct our comments today to false narratives circulating about our efforts to protect and enforce laws and ordinances concerning our Petaluma Mobile Residents United. The mobile homes owned by our residents do increase in value, the same as a condo, townhouse, or house purchased in Petaluma. The purchase price years ago, of course, was lower than the average of other housing alternatives. This is simply the reason many residents purchase these mobile homes: affordability, living within their means, retiring on Social Security. Isn't this what most would strive for? Home ownership and self-reliance in an out-of-control priced housing market. In addition to the sale of a mobile home, some which require a mortgage, residents are made to lease the land that their own mobile home sits on. We use the words in addition because unlike the average home purchased in Petaluma, land is not included in the ownership of each mobile home. This method has worked for quite some time with small business owners or when family ownership occurred. It stopped working when large investment groups started to gobble up these parks. Why did they buy mobile parks all over the 50 states? They purchased because they verified profitability and certainly captured mobile home residency that would enable long-term retention. Mobile homes, aside from the word, are simply time and time again not capable of being moved. In addition, the upkeep of the mobile home is the resident's responsibility.
Thank you, Janice Barker, to be followed by Chris Parker.
Good evening. No large investment group would buy any park without due diligence and fiduciary duty to support the purchase to their investors. While these large investment groups certainly sought in advance methods to deny residents continued city, county, and state protections, they had to win at removing those protections first before acting as if the city is restrictive, out-of-control party in this issue. We use those words because the comments made over the press and social media are that the city of Petaluma is out of control with restrictive ordinances and positions. Let's be clear, the intent for these large investment groups is more profit in any way than they can find a loophole or method of achieving this. False narratives include that residents of mobile homes are the ones gouging future buyers, as the value of the mobile home should be based on the NADA. However, Assembly Bill 2782 differs with that false narrative. To put this simply, for a Petaluma resident who owns a traditional house, are they gouging potential buyers when the equity of their home over multi-year ownership far exceeds what they purchased the home for? Of course they're not gouging. I'm going to let it go there. Chris.
Thank you. Chris Parker, to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Have park owners achieved the same increase in equity upon selling? Of course they have. Take Youngstown Mobile Park, created years and years ago for less than 10% of its current value. Purchased from a small family business by a large investment group in 2020 for $14 million. Another false narrative is that the 5 arbitrations, appeals, lawsuits, and retaliations would never have occurred if the mobile park residents of Petaluma would simply have given up the protected right to vacancy control. This is just false. These large investment groups had a plan upon purchase to remove rent stabilization ordinances, zoning restrictions, and to keep the secretive operations just that, secret. The city created the rent stabilization ordinance, which included vacancy control in the 1990s. Our residents care about supplying the same path to mobile home ownership for future senior, family, or vulnerable residents. This isn't just taking care of us now and caring a little. This isn't just taking care of us now and caring a little about the future. We are Petalumans who want to help others as well. We appreciate the diligence that you have taken for every Petaluma resident, regardless of financial means, education, or culture.
Thank you. Tim Porteous, to be followed by Nicola Fry.
It's courageous in this world right now to stand firm in the protections of all citizens. We noticed that you not only see all as equal, but your actions reflect that exactly. We look forward to securing a path forward in preventing frivolous litigations and constant fear of intimidation and retaliation. We are Petaluma Mobile Home Residents United and Strong. Now it's just for me. There really does seem to be, you guys were not here, and I've said this a couple of years past, but there seems to be a playbook. There's a playbook that he has been using to buy these places. And right now, they have been shooting slow one-time hits, and it's been messing up the process. I think they're doing that on purpose. I really do. So if there was any way to lock in a phrase that would permit an opening and go back and do these things, if you know what I mean, it would be a good thing, I think, to leave a door open somehow. If it could be done, I don't know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nicola Fry, to be followed by Robert Hanson.
Hello. I just have 2 announcements. One of the annual Rebuilding Together Petaluma Work Days is coming up on April 5th, and I would love to see all of you out there. We have several projects online for that day, and so we do this twice a year. The other thing is that on May 10th, we are celebrating the community of Petaluma by having an event at Herzog Hall, which is free for all. We have 7 food sources from Petaluma who are contributing for the dinner. We have some events happening. Our mayor is going to be there to introduce things. And it's 5 to 8 o'clock on a Saturday evening. We invite you all.
Thank you. Robert Hanson, to be followed by Maureen Gottschall.
Good evening, everybody. To everybody, I wish the very best in health and spirit. My name's Robert Hanson, vet, retired carpenter, grandfather. I was at home doing my grandkids' laundry. The sun came out and I got inspired. I came in a month ago and saw new faces on our city council. It is my hope, first, welcome. It is my hope that free speech will return to public comment. For the last 7 or 8 months, my public comment has been both interrupted and terminated, mine and others. It is my hope that free speech will return to public comment. My concerns have been the attack on the minds and bodies of our children by the state of California. My concerns have been the massive manipulation of the vote count in the state of California.
Mr. Hanson, I'm going to stop you right there. It's for subject matters where we have jurisdiction at the city level, so that I ask you to confine your
City
topics
level.
to
I
the
was
things the
living
city.
at the Petaluma Hotel when it was sold to Communist China. Gone are the benches along Kentucky Street. Gone are the potted plants from our retired ladies.
Yep. I'm going to ask you to hold it right there.
I hope free
Thank you
speech
very much.
returns to our city council.
Appreciate it. And Maureen Gottschall, to be followed by Darren Rakusin.
I'm here to talk about D Street. In December, sadly, our neighbor passed away. Her family was getting the house ready to sell and asked us to cut some of our trees so they could park the truck in their narrow driveway to haul things away over several days. They asked us this because we unfortunately live on the side of D Street that we have to pay a penalty to the city in the form of encroachment fees to have direct access in front of our home. We obliged as a neighbor gesture, but we were saddened that we had to cut our trees. If we lived on the other side of the street, we could park in front of our home and not have to pay a penalty. This is disproportionate, unfair to charge only half a street an encroachment fee. I also watched cleaners and gardeners hauling their equipment across the street, averting traffic and trucks because the driveway was too narrow and it was incredibly dangerous. In the winter and rainy months, we have barely seen any bikes on a weekly basis, and the few that we've seen are expert riders in and out of town using D Street. The semi-trucks and traffic are also 365 days with us. We are forced to navigate across the street to get to the homes. It's unsafe. D Street is not about public access to a road. It's about the city taking away access and adding a redundant bike lane that is not needed for the community to safely bike around town and compromises the safety of everyone who lives and works on that street. Our safety should not be sacrificed for a nice to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Rakusin, to be followed by Deb Vitale.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Darren Rakusin, Chair of Petaluma's Tree Advisory Committee. 2 announcements about trees and urban forestry. First and foremost, Saturday, March 22nd is going to be the Urban Forest Management Plan Community Meeting. City of Petaluma, in conjunction with a grant secured by Relief, has been pursuing an urban forest management plan. And they asked the question, what should Petaluma's urban forest look like in 20 years? So join City of Petaluma staff and community members for an interactive community meeting to plan our urban forest future. Our urban forest refers to all trees in Petaluma, including parks, streets, backyards, on school grounds, and other public and privately owned spaces. We'll talk trees, dream big, and set goals to shape a greener, healthier Petaluma. I'll say we'll also be asking some tough questions. We have a great consultant who's diving into things like home insurance, the impacts that has on tree coverage, and other really tough questions about our urban forest. So that's Saturday, March 22nd 9 a.m. at the Community Center on 320 North McDowell. I encourage everybody, Saturday, March 22nd, 9 a.m. These meetings only matter if the community is really there to ask the questions. And then April 26th is going to be an Arbor Day celebration. City of Petaluma, right now it is scheduled for being at City Hall. This is going to be Tree Fest, where we celebrate with mulching of trees. We'll have food, events, art. It's going to be a great community time. So March 22nd to talk urban forestry, and then April 26th to have a party about trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb Vitale to be followed by Phoebe Ellis.
My name is Debbie Vitale, and I live in Youngstown Mobile Home Park for the past 18 years. And I've never been more frightened or distraught all of the years I've lived there. Until now. And then we have no other means to make money because our bodies are tired and wearing out. And so we can't get more money if they ask for more money and keep adding to us. But I thank you, city councilors, and that you have helped us. I really appreciate it. And I really appreciate Jody Johnson and Kay for helping. They're always copying papers, always answering phones and doing things for us. And I'm so pleased. They're solid, strong, knowledgeable ladies with perseverance in the eye of the enemy. The 3 pillars in harmony. We owe a world of gratitude to you and to Jody and all the people that are fighting for us. And I came to the meetings, and I've really enjoyed getting to know you all. Thank you.
And thank you. Phoebe Ellis to be followed by Chantel Rogers.
Good evening. I just wanted to get on the record that a notice of public hearing for ordinance number 2900 was mailed, and it had a date of Tuesday, March 17th, which is an inaccurate date. So I just wanted to make note of that because I know that that hearing is happening this evening. And I did reach out to a Mr. Greg Powell on March 10th via email and got no reply. And then I did send a follow-up email this evening or early afternoon, and I did get a response that the date was this evening. So just wanted to notice that technicality. Thank you all.
Thank you. Chantel Rogers.
Good evening. I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the water because we had this presentation and the people from Sonoma Water were expecting that or hoping that the council would then make the recommendation to accept their process, and apparently that had already been done. So I'm curious about when you guys got information, what information you got, what decisions were made before the presentation, and opportunity to ask questions. So a little clarification on that process would be really helpful. I'm wondering if it's just a matter, does the city have any influence whatsoever on water rates and water priorities, or is it just a matter of signing off every year? So if next year there's some kind of crisis infrastructure and the presentation says, based on our numbers, we need to increase the water rates 22% this year, does the city just have to say, okay, that's what we've got to do? So again, some clarification on the whole process of that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was our last speaker under general public comment. But I would like to take a second and give staff a chance to give the 90-second answer to what that regular structure we have for water rates is.
Yeah, so there was a misunderstanding tonight on being able to give a recommendation. So there was no recommendation made prior to this evening's meeting, and there was not a request for a recommendation to pass the draft proposed rates tonight. So There will be an opportunity for the WAC on the special WAC meeting in early April to pass on behalf of the city of Petaluma. And early March, the Technical Advisory Committee, which the city of Petaluma is a part to, did approve the draft budget and moved forward a recommendation to the Water Advisory Committee to pass that. The city of Petaluma also had its Water Resources and Conservation Manager, Oriana Hart, on the budget subcommittee, and so we were able to participate in the subcommittee. And as Sonoma Water staff mentioned, we're able to push out some of the projects that had originally been planned for this upcoming fiscal year in order to push the rate increase down a little bit for this upcoming year.
Thank you very much for that. And so when does the rate become effective? When does that hit the bill? Or how?
These bills will be shown as a pass-through rate in the consumption charge beginning July 1.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bringing it back to council, I'd like to invite council to make comment, unless, am I seeing it? Please, Mr. City Attorney, jump right in.
Thank you. So I won't take long so that we can get to the council comment. I want to respond briefly to some of the comments we heard from some of our mobile home residents tonight. I appreciate some of our community members providing us copies of some of the notices that were sent out under signature of Nick Ubaldi dated March 12th that purport to give 12-month notice to terminate tenancies. Our initial understanding is that these may have been given to all Little Woods residents. And we appreciate receiving copies of those notices so that we can address them. And we'd be glad to receive copies of every single one that was sent to the Little Woods homeowners. We haven't had a lot of time to review this package that we received today, but I did go through it. I'll be reviewing it more carefully tomorrow. It appears, based on my initial review, that the Little Woods owners are virtually completely ignoring the city's closure and conversion regulations that the owners are well aware of because we have provided them detailed information in accordance with our obligations in response to their proposed closure notice of all the requirements they need to meet in order to proceed with an application, including a deposit to cover the entire amount of a relocation study that we've received a proposal for before that process commences. So if, when we review this, take a little bit more time to review this tomorrow, our conclusion is that we will certainly be proceeding with providing information to the owners and to our community that this is not an effective notice, that it does not start a 12-month clock, that it's in violation of our regulations, and that we will be not proceeding to hearing with respect to such a notice. So as I said, we need to look a little bit more closely to verify those conclusions, but that certainly seems to be the case. We have provided in the past for the park owners and their legal counsel and our community both a very detailed response to the park owners' application to close Little Woods and also Youngstown. And we've also provided a more easily understood version of that on our website. I anticipate that we'll be providing that information again, but I just want to provide that initial information for our community members tonight. Thank them for sharing this information with us. Encourage them to continue to keep us updated with this kind of specific information so we can continue to follow the council's direction regarding its mobile home regulations to ensure that they function as intended to provide housing stability for the almost 900 households in Petaluma that reside in mobile homes in the city's parks. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that clarity. That's a hugely important issue to the city, and appreciate you weighing in on that. We're moving to council comments, and I think perhaps we've gotten a little long on council comments, and so I'm going to ask all the council members to be even briefer than they usually are. And I'm going to ask the clerk to set the clock at 3 minutes, and we'll try and keep it so that we each finish quicker than that number. And I'd like to start with, from this end, with Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was unable to attend the Planning Commission due to a work obligation, but I did have a Sonoma Clean Power meeting. We talked about how we're going to be programming the local investment fund, which is basically a fund that we've created that right now has about 12 million. It'll have about 17 million by the end of this year. And it's basically looking at different types of projects that can help provide basically stabilize rates for Sonoma Clean Power customers. So we'll be looking at things like solar plus storage, agrivoltaics, and things like that. So if you have any ideas, please reach out to me. But it's exciting at Sonoma Clean Power. Thanks.
Thank you. That sets the pace of the evening. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Yes, it does. So I went to my first Petaluma Lodging Association meeting. It was actually a special meeting, and there was a lot of talk about the Gap Wines, area and promoting Petaluma and just working with hotel owners. And then the other one was I attended the Senior Advisory Meeting. I'm not a member of that. There isn't a liaison, but I attended it, and it was really good to hear what the seniors were planning. And with that, I just want to say Nicola Fry did receive an award for Citizen of the Year, and I wish I would have known what it was before, but I don't. And so I want to congratulate you because you had mentioned it at the meeting. And then I went to a GSMOL Super Chapter meeting, which was with the mobile home park. Damon Conley, our assembly member, was there and spoke of what the state is doing as far as protecting mobile home residents throughout the state, but Petaluma is the model. And so there's a lot of work going on at the state level on this, and I just appreciate our city staff working on this. And I do appreciate Jody Johnson and also Kay, for all the work that you did, because I was watching the other day. And the residents there, it's like looking into the audience. I mean, it was heartwarming seeing all of these faces there and just understanding that all they want to do is have a home to live in, and they want to live in peace. And I just want to mention about the Ramirez family. I've known them my whole life. Their brother, David, was very good friends with my brother. When my brother was in Vietnam, my mother adored him. And just to Elaine and Robert, they're just wonderful people, and with colorectal cancer, for what they have done, and it really is pretty amazing. You should go see all the flags that they and many other people put up in Washington, D.C., and also the American Red Cross. I know people in Petaluma who are members, and when you volunteer for the Red Cross, when you go to like another state, you pay your own way. So people are really dedicated in helping with emergencies, not just in Petaluma, but many of them also leave the area. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was honored to attend the Petaluma Police Department's pinning of a new sergeant and dispatcher. Plus, we congratulated a new retiree from the police department. Last week, with my Leadership Petaluma class, I explored using LumaGo, and I brought this very green bag tonight. This would be a perfect night to use LumaGo if it goes in your area, and it's green. And I had to learn to use the app, and we all did, and we traveled around the city of Petaluma. I expect it to be expanded to my district, maybe in the near future. I'm in District 3, and it doesn't go to my neighborhood, but I can walk a few blocks and I can pick it up. I also tried out the pedal boats at the Petaluma Marina at the Float House, which is coming up on their second anniversary in Petaluma. And no, I will not be on the cover of the new Petaluma magazine, but you should get one of these and #visit Petaluma. It's got a lot of information and how to rent those boats. And we had a lot of fun, and we learned more about what to see and do in Petaluma. I visited the youth art exhibit at the Petaluma Arts Center that runs through March and April, and they have a very intensive calendar for the next year of exhibits, and everybody should have an opportunity to go there. I don't have time to tell you all the dates are open in time, but find it online. And I also want to mention the Butter and Eggs Day opening ceremony is Saturday, April 12th at noon at the Petaluma Museum. And our new good egg for 2025 is George Bear, and he's an author and a historian. And the 2025 Grand Marshal is the Petaluma Garden Club. My notice got a little wet in the mail. And the theme this year is Petaluma's Wonderland, where imagination blooms. And as the 1995 Good Egg, I'm really excited to go to that event. And I want to wish the mayor a happy birthday. And don't forget to hashtag Visit Petaluma when you're using social media. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember DeCarly.
So last week at Airport Commission, we learned that we do have fuel out there again now. That was great because for several weeks we didn't, but now we do. A lot of the tenants relied on that, so that was great. Some of the equipment that the pilots rely on up in the air is now back up and functioning. There was a lot of discussion about people using hangars for non-airplane related activities or planes that have been sitting in there for a long, long time. That was a bigger problem, I think, in the past, but there's still a little bit of it lingering, apparently, and so that's being worked on as well. This morning, Cal Cities put on an advocacy forum, and that was just a webinar. I didn't go to Sacramento, but they went through about probably, I guess, around 30 different laws or bills that are proposed to the legislators, and so, it touched on everything from fire to housing to taxes, other things. Some of the fire stuff might be of interest since we've been through it before, unfortunately. And that would be related to vegetation fuel management, undergrounding power lines, prescription fires, and there were several others. To the lady that made the comment about water, I am our city's representative for the Water Advisory Committee, so you could always email me if you have questions about that. And you heard Chelsea speak. I can ask her if I don't know. And then I do have a question, too, about the gentleman that was escorted out. I think I've heard, a lot of comments that are outside of our jurisdiction, I think, related to world events or national politics or, foreign conflicts. And I've never seen any of those people removed. Not that we shouldn't hear from them, but, I think we should hear from everybody. And so I'm curious where it is in the city law that I don't know where the gentleman was going with his comment, but, I'm curious where in city law he couldn't say whatever it is he was going to.
That's good comments. Thank you. We'll prepare something to show you exactly how that's handled and what some of our history with needing to have that got us to today. Next down the line, Councilmember Quinn.
Thank you and happy birthday, Mayor. On March 5th, I attended the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee. We received a presentation for the conceptual design proposal of the Petaluma River Park. Members of PBAC had the opportunity to provide input. For those of you, I'm sure it's making its rounds. If you're not familiar with the River Park concept, it's going to be a game changer for Petaluma. So I would encourage everybody to become familiar with that. I was so inspired by the presentation that on the following Saturday, my wife and I visited the park. And we were delighted to learn about the new pathway that had been constructed that goes all the way around the perimeter of it. And with the as green as it is right now, it's a great time to get out there. So again, I would encourage anyone in the public to visit it. On March 11th, I attended the Planning Commission meeting for the public hearing and consideration for the approval of the SPAR for the Creekwood housing development across from Casa Grande. I bring this up because one key takeaway for me, I was surprised to learn that the developer for this project is the same developer who built the McKenna project also on Casa Grande, as well as the Brody Ranch project, which is behind the SMART station. These are quality, medium density, for purchase projects that are bringing missing middle housing to Petaluma. So I really wanted to recognize the contribution that this developer is making to Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, several meetings as usual. Went to the Cool Petaluma Roundtable, and we talked about generating ideas about implementation on our climate change plan. So a lot of ideas were brought forward there. At the North Bay Watershed Association, we're setting up for the following year what's going to be going on. So there's lots of good things happening there. A lot of regional cooperation is being established. At the Blue Zone Transportation meeting, two ideas came up. They were actually showed the new ATP, the Active Transportation Plan, or the actual map. So I actually got to see the current map that's being displayed, and it's just hugely crisscrossed in patterns all over the place, but still, there's still work to be done on that there. And the other idea that came up is there will be a parade with lots of nonprofits in it. And so one of the ideas was maybe we need to brand the concept of One Petaluma, and everybody carry a One Petaluma banner as well as their own nonprofit. So that's one of the ideas that I kind of liked that came up. Then the 4 C's, child development, ribbon cutting happened this last week. And so I filled in for the mayor there. And so able to congratulate everyone there in making that happen. We have 2 brand new classrooms, mobile homes, mobile units that are completely regenerated and new equipment and everything, serving our community for TKs. 2 years and 9 months to, I think, 5 years. So it's the early development stages, getting kids ready for school, and you actually have to apply and qualify to get into the program. But it's a 1-to-8 ratio of teacher to student as a minimum, and usually it's better than 1-to-8. They said sometimes 1-to-4 on some days. One teacher for every 4 to 8 students on many days, because it's a cooperation between the private nonprofit as well as the school. I attended the Downtown Business Association at least half the time, and they came up, they're going to work on putting some baskets of plants out on downtown to beautify downtown a little bit. And this Tuesday, there is a cleanup coming up on Tuesday morning between 8 and 10, run by RTP back there, by Drake is running it, and so I'll be there, which is tomorrow morning. So if you get on over there, take your bike or truck. I'll take my bike if I can, if it's not raining, and help clean up some of the downtown, some of the graffiti down there. And finally, in the Ag and Open Space, I got nominated and got elected into as the vice chair position. So hopefully I get another 2 years out of that, I'm hoping, because my time is up and it comes this month, I think. But hopefully I'll be still on there. That's my report for this week.
Wonderful, thank you. Everybody's been so cooperative. Let's see if I can do that. So I attended the March 6th Cafe Puente community event that, ironically, Puente, the bridge, the city is bridging with the Latin community to have better connections. And part of the event was stories of lived experience of being a Latin person in Petaluma. And the concerns for affordable housing and support for seniors are common across all our people. And the city's doing more and more outreach in this area. I attended the Blue Zones March 5th event. That was at Casa Grande High School. The whole point was to engage younger people into more volunteer opportunities within the city. And also on March 6th, I attended the Climate Roundtable we talked about. And the conversation was dominated by current city climate action efforts, Ellis Creek floating solar and building electrification, the Luma Go program. They're all climate related. I attended the Continuum of Care, the County Homelessness Coalition meeting on March 12th, and also at the Sonoma County Mayor's meeting on where funding is really what the conversation is there, what's happening at the federal level, what reductions in Medicaid and Medicare, and frankly in SNAP benefits and all the other things that help keep people in good shape that otherwise aren't. But we also talked about our SAFE team and similar programs throughout the county, and how our SAFE team is really a model that the rest of the county is aspiring to. And then I also made it to the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition Bike Advocacy Summit this weekend, and the speakers from the recent Berkeley paving bond issue, they got their bicycle advocates got engaged, and they're the ones that put the tax measure to get streets paved over the top. Kind of a twist in the way we think about things. But Petaluma and Santa Rosa were also keynote speakers on that, so I wanted to thank our staff who participated in that effort. And with that, so that's council comments. I'd like to move it over to our city manager to provide any comments.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and community. Just to piggyback on Councilmember Shrib's shout out for the Business Improvement District cleanup tomorrow. That's 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. And for folks that are interested in participating, just show up at the A Street parking lot at 7:45, and we provide the supplies to remove graffiti and do all that fun stuff. So appreciate the 2 hours of work there. In addition, this past weekend, American Legion Post number 28 recognized Officer Nick Batista of our Petaluma Police Department as Officer of the Year. I want to thank Nick for his exceptional service to our community. And our next Public Safety Advisory Committee meeting is next Wednesday, and we'll be reviewing the department's annual report as well as the 2024, what they call RIPA data, which is the Racial and Identity Profiling Act data that the department collects regarding various types of police contacts throughout the year. And Mayor, really do want to thank you for spending your birthday with us this evening on this auspicious day. I know you're doing what you love, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Now everybody knows. And that closes that part of the meeting. Before we move into our consent calendar, I just wanted to note that we appreciate our mobile home folks coming and continuing to place this in top priority, and I know you have the attention of staff. So now we'll move into our consent calendar, and I'm not sure if anybody wants to duck at this point. Okay. Okay, so introducing the consent calendar tonight, I will look up and down the dais and see who's in their chairs, and ask if anyone wants to discuss any of the particular council consent items, remove them from the agenda, or we'll take the agenda all as one. Good, we'll take it all as one, and ask council, are there any questions on the consent calendar, or we're good? Good. I'd like to open the consent calendar for public comment at this time. I'd like the clerk to introduce the messaging for that.
We did not receive any comments ahead of time on the consent calendar, but members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk now. If you have not already done so, speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated.
And we have no cards, and we see no one sprinting to the clerk to get their card in. So I'll bring it back to the dais and ask for a motion. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
We have a motion from Cater Thompson and a second from Now. And a roll.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes.
just want to say the park access improvements look great, and I really appreciate seeing the pictures in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. And a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. And that moves us to our public hearings and matters for consideration for the evening. And the first public hearing is to receive comments on the city's 2025-2030 proposed community development block grant. It's the consolidated plan for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And to help us with this, I've got Karen Shimizu, our Assistant Director of Community Development, and Sarah Wolf, Management Analyst. Take it away.
Great, thank you very much. Caitlin, are you bringing up? Okay. While the clerk's bringing up a slide, thank you, Mayor, council members, city manager, members of the community for giving us the opportunity to talk about this great program we have. You'll hear us refer to it as the CDBG program, but it's the Community Development Block Grant Program. Next slide. So for our agenda this evening, we have about a 10-minute presentation for you this evening. We're going to go ahead and give you a presentation of the consolidated plan, what that is, an overview, some of the current funding. Then we're going to focus on the needs assessment and housing market information. We'll also be talking a little bit about the 5-year plan goals and how they align with existing city goals and priorities. And then we'll be moving into holding the public hearing to receive council and public comments that would be incorporated into the 5-year consolidated plan that'll be brought back to council for comment, review, and consideration in April. Next slide. So just quickly highlighting what is a consolidated plan. It's a 5-year plan that's required for the federal CDBG funding. The plan guides the community and staff on implementing the program. The plan uses a combination of data and community outreach to identify concerns and gaps in services for low and moderate income populations in Petaluma. And through the public hearing and stakeholder process, goals and priorities are identified, which will be presented in the final draft plan for consideration. Next slide. So, as I mentioned, the funding is federal. With this program, we receive an estimated about $300,000 a year on average, which over the 5-year plan period represents about $1.5 million to the communities. Next slide. This slide, I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of the current and historical uses of our federal funding. So as you look up on the slide, we have from 2020 to 2024. You can see that the amount of funding fluctuates on an annual basis. You'll see in 2020, we received a higher allocation. That was due to receiving additional funding with COVID to help with a rental assistance program. But historically, through the years 21 through 24, the program has been used to support our public services program and housing preservation and administration. The public services program has been the Petaluma People Services Center meals program, which has been instrumental in providing hot meals that are distributed to our vulnerable lower income members of the community. Our housing preservation program is an important program that Rebuilding Together has been providing. That program includes things such as adding grab bars in bathrooms, lifts to help people with accessibility, and it also has created or provided rehab for some of our public facilities, specifically in our emergency shelter and cots. They're currently just working on a program where they're doing the bathrooms, and so it helps our low-income homeowners as well as helps with public infrastructure for our community. I did want to note on here a key aspect of that program is that we do have a cap on the amount of funding that we can use for our public services, and that's 15% of the total funding award, as well as we do have a cap on how much the city can use to go towards program administration. Historically, over the last 5 years, the city has, when we're reviewing program applications, we take a look, and when possible, we reduce the amount that we charge for administration, and we invest that into serving our community. Next slide. I'm going to touch on this very quickly. There was a great detailed outline that was provided in the staff report. But just some of those key points, the housing community needs assessment and outreach. We did hold a community forum. It was held as well as there was a community survey, which is still open to the public to respond to. It's open until midnight tonight. But also as another way of increasing the voice and input from a variety of community members, the housing team worked closely with our general plan team during the land use planning and environmental justice outreach events to maximize opportunities for community engagement. The next highlight is this is a 5-year plan. I do want to highlight why staff has brought forward some, after analysis, some priorities for consideration. Please keep in mind that at any time, if the community needs change, we do have the ability to amend that plan. So it's not like we approve it and then that's it for 5 years. So please keep that in mind. The annual action plan is the 1-year program plan, which we will be bringing back to you in April with the final draft of the 5-year plan. So that first year we kind of double up a little bit. And then following the last aspect of the program is our CAPER report, Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report. And what that is we report out on the individual year activities, but we also report on how are we achieving those 5-year goals that we spelled out in the consolidated plan. And with that, I'd like to introduce Sarah Wolf, our management analyst, who's going to dive more into the data elements and some of the staff recommendations of program goals for council comments and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Good evening, council members, community, and the mayor. Picking up where Karen left off, next slide, please, Caitlin. Thank you. So the slide before you is a high-level summary of key areas within the consolidated plan, the housing needs assessment, the market analysis, and the community outreach summary. These are the sections that really help inform the goals and priorities for the next 5-year cycle. The housing needs assessment section provides a summary of the highest priority needs related to the community need in the area of housing, community development, and homeless services. The data in this section of the report comes from the U.S. Census, ACS 5-year estimates, and city policy documents like the housing element, and then is further ground truthed through the community outreach. We've distilled the information in the needs assessment down to a few key factors. Affordability, no surprise, is a prevalent housing problem. Renters and homeowners are paying between 30 and 50% of their income for housing and experiencing cost burden. This, coupled with wage stagnation and other housing problems like overcrowding or lack of amenities like a kitchen or plumbing, cause housing insecurity and instability and increase the risk of displacement into homelessness. These issues disproportionately affect our most vulnerable in Petaluma, our seniors, our families with children, and minority community members the most. Moving down the list, the housing market analysis looks at trends in the environment in Petaluma within the same context of affordable housing, community development, and community need. The data in this section is derived from the HUD Comprehensive Housing Affordability Strategy data, or CHAS data, which is essentially census data coalesced, and staff use this as well as pulled from the housing element and general plan and various state and county reports on housing and homelessness. Distilling the information in the housing market analysis down, 2 key areas really stood out: insufficient supply and lack of types of affordable housing options. While these trends are evident, we do want to emphasize that the city's guiding policy and planning documents actively do address these issues. Both the housing element and the general plan update include strategies and incentives to expand affordable housing options and development. Lastly, staff will return in April and will report out on the needs that were identified in the community outreach and engagement. Anecdotally, we can share that housing supply and housing options or lack thereof are our themes. Next slide, please. So my apologies, this graph is a little hard to read, but I'll walk you through it. This is a high-level visual comparison of those 2 areas we just discussed, the housing needs and housing market data trends. And then it's organized by the CDBG eligible activities shown on the vertical axes. The horizontal axes on the bottom represent the frequency of issues. So the longer the bars, the more critical the need, kind of signaling areas that we might want to invest. The housing market data is represented in green, and those are market-driven factors impacting affordability, availability, and livability. The needs assessment is represented by the orange bars, which identify challenges within the community as well as reported by community members during outreach. For the housing market data in green, the highest needs represented by the long bars at the top of the graph are showing up in 4 categories: property acquisition, public facilities and improvements, rehabilitation and preservation, and construction of housing, indicating these are high priority areas for funding. And then these trends are further reinforced by the community needs shown by the orange horizontal bars. The first 2 bars appear in the categories of public services and housing, which emphasize the importance of programs like rental assistance, homeless prevention, and fair housing. The lower 2 orange bars show up in the areas of special economic development and homeownership assistance. So that could indicate challenges in job creation and business development for our lower income or minority entrepreneurs. And within the homeownership assistance category, there's a gap between the community need and market conditions. So rising costs of homeownership, interest rates, competitive housing market, lack of affordable supply and options, all affect people's ability and create, barriers to enter the market, especially for low income and minority community members. You may notice that most of the bars that are shorter are in green, and that they belong to housing market data. And this can be explained by these CDBG activities are more market driven and less community driven. But I'll caveat that by saying the needs assessment is based on HUD data and community outreach. So over the next month, we'll tabulate the data that we've received from the community. And when we come back in April, we'll have a fuller picture of what the community is telling us are the highest areas of need. Next slide, please. On this chart, from the information from the housing needs assessment and the market analysis, along with the anecdotal community engagement information, staff are bringing forward the 6 proposed goals and priorities for comment and input. They're not in any type of hierarchical order, but just a reflection of themes and trends. The chart is structured by aligning the proposed goals with council priorities, as well as our existing programs, so that we can evaluate the opportunity areas for this very small source of funding. The proposed goals are highlighted in the staff report. Oops, sorry. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Oh, I think we got it sorted. Thank you, Brian. Yes. The proposed goals are highlighted in the staff report for consideration. The first 3 highlighted in blue are needs that were identified within the housing market analysis and the needs assessment. And currently, the city has existing programs that support these objectives. The remaining 3 highlighted in yellow on the lower half of the chart are areas that are currently funded by our existing CDBG grant. So Caitlin will return back to this slide, but for the meantime, would you go to the next? Thank you. So essentially that concludes our presentation. But we will return to the previous slide and open it up to council for questions and discussions on the information that we shared tonight. And we'll ask council to conduct a public hearing and receive comments on these proposed funding priorities. And we'll be back April 17th with the outcome of our community engagement effort and the closure of the 30-day public comment period. All right, with that, Caitlin, if you wouldn't mind reversing, thank you. And opening up to council for comments and input.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. As I appreciate you ended on the note that this is a public hearing and this public hearing is open, and council will ask some questions and we'll have public comment to help with the public hearing tonight. So any questions on the presentation from council? And not seeing any at this point, it speaks to the clarity and the recurringness and probably the lack of magnitude of this program coming from the feds. I wish we had more money to put into these programs. But with that, let's pass to the city clerk and ask for her to read the messaging for public comment.
We did receive 1 public comment ahead of time, and any members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
First speaker will be Nicola Fry, and second speaker shall be Ben Peters.
Hello, my name is Nicola Fry, and I'm on the board for Rebuilding Together Petaluma. The City of Petaluma's Community Development Block Grant allows for the allocation of federal funds to support housing, infrastructure, and social service programs for low-income residents. A key component of the plan is funding for Rebuilding Together Petaluma, which plays a vital role in providing home repairs, accessibility modifications for low-income homeowners, particularly seniors, veterans, families, and individuals with disabilities. RTP has been identified as a key nonprofit partner in addressing housing rehabilitation needs that aligns with the city's goals of ensuring low-income residents may remain safely in their homes. The funds allocated to RTP will be used to support critical home repairs for low-income homeowners, accessibility modifications such as wheelchair ramps, grab bars, and bathroom modifications, energy efficiency improvements to reduce utility costs, and volunteer and community engagement efforts to mobilize resources for home improvement projects. With these funds, we will continue to serve as a crucial resource for the Petaluma community by improving housing stability and preventing homelessness among at-risk populations. The funding will allow us to expand its research, serving more households in need and addressing urgent home repair challenges faced by low-income residents. Our mission fits within the city's priority areas, ensuring that federal funds are used effectively to enhance community well-being. Our programs also include the Critical Repairs Project, Safe at Home Program, Relief Re-Oak Petaluma, the Skilled Project, and RTP Works, which is a program that integrates skills training, personalized guidance services, and essential community resources to support personal well-being. In the last year, we have been supported by almost 4,500 volunteer hours and accomplished over 150 critical safety and accessibility repairs, while providing service to complete over 70 rehabilitation repair projects at local community structures. We have marshaled 100 volunteers to support homeowners in Youngstown who received 7-day notices, and over 70 volunteers to revitalize the Lynch Creek Trail. Funding to support RTP, or Rebuilding Together Petaluma, actually goes to support Petaluma residents in critical need and provides them with the ability to stay in their homes.
Thank you. Ben Peters.
Good evening, everyone. As a citizen, I would like to say that I am in favor of these priorities. I support the plan, and I wish success in shepherding it through the HUD process. As a surprise to no one that is paying attention, the needs are much greater than the funding available. As has been mentioned by many of you up there and some of you in the audience, we need more funding to support these needs. There are decisions tonight that we can make which will go towards furthering funding for these critical needs. The top goal here, number one, increase the supply of affordable housing. The next topic that we are talking about is directly related to this topic. Thank you for the excellent staff report. 138 pages of very sobering reading detailing how unaffordable it is to live in our city. I would like to remind everyone in this room tonight, no is not a policy. Voting no for something will not support any of these goals. If you are here tonight to advocate against changes that could possibly help our housing crisis, I ask you to reconsider where you are coming from and where your heart is. We have low-income people in our community who cannot afford to live here. We have residents of mobile home parks which are being asked to leave. We have a topic tonight coming before you right after I finish speaking about this topic. And so for those of you in the room, there's no difference. There is no distinction between these two things. Changes we can make tonight will possibly get us to our housing goals. And so I ask those of you in this room to support the dream that some of us have to be able to live and afford to stay in Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends public comment. And I'm bringing it back to council for his public hearing. Any other comments from council? I do want to note that rebuilding has a very long history in Petaluma, doing a tremendous number of wonderful things, and only doing more each year. And I think that's the bad news, is that the need is more each year, and this HUD funding is tenuous. We go to meetings and hear how our funds are being cut. So I really appreciate the work being done by the agencies who are recipients of this grant, and look forward to seeing you in April. And Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I just want to make a quick comment. I just want to thank Ben Peters and his comments, because when we look at issues coming before us, we don't just look at them in a silo. We have to look at the big picture for the entire community, and that's what our job is to do. It's not just to say no, and it's not, we have to be careful when we say yes, but every time a project comes before us, we have to look at what our needs are for the broader community. And so I think it's really important when we look at and have the discussion at our next agenda item to keep that in mind, just like Mr. Peters said, because he has a family in this town, his wife is a teacher, and they're great people and they want to stay in Petaluma, and just like many people. And so looking at the bigger picture and understanding everything, all the dots need to connect. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I'll be happy to make a motion when I get done. Just massive kudos to all the people at Rebuilding Together Petaluma, at Petaluma People Services Center, and it's amazing how much we do with so little. And I just, Mayor, you mentioned see you in April. I want to call that out again. April 5th is Rebuilding Together's biannual workday. That's how we can stretch these dollars further in a tough year and in tough times, is just everybody come out and pitch in and support the community. So with that, I'll move the item.
I think this is input only. I don't think we have a resolution or anything on the table.
No action here?
No, it's not
Lovely.
action.
Okay. Well,
the action is to hold a public hearing, and
I'm very supportive of the direction. I'm very supportive of all the organizations and all the work they do, and thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. Great presentation. Thanks for the public hearing, and we'll see you April 7th. Is that what the date was?
April 17th.
April 17th.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too. Bye now. And our next item is, again, let me read the item, and then the second reading of Ordinance 2900 of the Petaluma Implementing Zoning Ordinance to add downtown housing and economic opportunity overlay, or if city elects to modify or to amend the overlay, to repeal the resolution concerning a general plan amendment, and to make findings of fact, adopt a mitigation report for the project, and to consider reintroduction of an amended zoning overlay ordinance. And so before we get busy on this, I'd like to look up and down the dais and ask if we have any recusals tonight. And Councilmember DeCarli?
Yeah, so I'm going to be recusing myself again tonight. I'd rather not. I want to be a part of this, but I don't actually have a choice. And I'll let people in on, I think last time I didn't explain it so well. I think there's been a lot of misinformation about it out there. And so it's strictly to do with my residence and where I live. I live too close to Zone A, and that's it, nothing else. Both the media and public have tried to say otherwise and try to infer other things, and that's called, manipulating public perception. But in fact, it's just strictly because of where I live. And aside from that, I have asked that zones B and C be segmented off so that I could participate in a vote on those, but that's not going to happen. And then, I've made the case too that the public generally clause should apply because of how it's going to affect so many people here. So anyway, I will be recusing myself tonight, and I'll be back at the end of the meeting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. While Councilmember DeCarli is stepping out of the room, give me a minute so we don't violate state law by doing something while you're still here.
Mayor, can I say something real quick?
I think we want to wait all comments until the recusal
Okay.
leaves the room.
Thanks. Thank you. I just want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, we always have a choice to recuse, correct?
It is council members' personal decision about their compliance and their personal obligation to comply with the
correct. Thank you.
ethical rules and regulations.
So I just want to clarify, because there's definitely some miscommunications at the last one. I don't think anyone did a good job of communicating about it. When you live within 500 feet, it is what they call a disqualifying conflict of interest. It's as clear as day by the FPPC. Nobody up here on the council or inside of City Hall is forcing anyone to do anything. If you don't comply with the FPPC, it's a slam dunk complaint. And it's not just a simple, I missed something on my economic interest filing, which is a couple $100, and then you fix it and it's done. A conflict of interest is a misdemeanor. It carries up to a $10,000 fine and up to 6 months in jail. And so for folks who are wanting Councilmember DeCarli to not recuse himself or thinking that people are there, what you're asking your council members to do is actually subject themselves to a misdemeanor, up to a $10,000 fine and up to 6 months in jail.
I appreciate the clarity.
There's no way that any one of us for $5 a meeting are going to put ourselves at risk of that.
That is a good perspective on the magnitude of the impact. Okay, thank you for making that point. And I did want to touch on the decorum that we always observe at council meetings, and often note and often don't note. But at our previous meeting, I did repeat the council chamber policies on decorum, and I announced that there would be no cheering, no booing, no clapping, no shouting out from the audience. It didn't work out quite that way. And these are the rules, and they're there so that all the public can feel safe and respected in this place. Too often, those with strong opinions do not understand that their actions intimidate others. The actions suppress public input. The actions are disrespectful to other people and other ideas. It is no wonder or surprise that people who disagree with the strong vocal opinions do not wish to subject themselves to that behavior. Tonight, I again announce that there will be no cheering, no booing, no clapping, no shouting out from the audience. If such behaviors occur, I will ask that the party involved be removed from chambers. It is critical that we're able to conduct the public's business here without disturbance. And with that messaging and noticing that we have our law enforcement in the room, I'd like to turn it over to our staff for our presentation tonight. And I believe it'll be Brian O., Director of Community Development, who leads off.
Thank you, Mayor, and happy birthday to you as well. And happy St. Patrick's Day for those that are celebrating. So tonight's presentation broken up into 4 components. So I'll briefly cover the purpose of tonight, do a brief overview of the not just the overlay contents themselves, but the timeline that has brought us here, and then a short recap of February 25th to conclude that recap, and then turn it back over to Mayor and Council for discussion and further consideration. So the purpose of tonight is to conduct a public hearing, consider adoption of the Downtown Housing and Economic Opportunity Overlay, which is part and parcel with any city ordinance which requires 2 readings. What council did at the end of February was introduction of the overlay ordinance, and so we're back to you. It's almost as a cooling off period. You get the second vote. That is something that is teed up for council for you this evening. And then just with, as it's been sort of staff's role all along is to provide the opportunity for council to consider an expansive list of alternatives, changes, and so that is also what's teed up for council this evening. So why the overlay? It's the opportunity for council, community, and staff to redevelop our historic downtown. There were other methods that when the initial application was submitted to the city, we looked at different pathways, zoning variants. Do we take a look at what we're doing now with the general plan update, looking at all the land use designations? So in this case, that would be the mixed use, MU2. Was there an exception process that could be considered? And each and every time we came to the conclusion that the best approach was to have a more focused approach, and that was our way to balance the multiple considerations. So that ensures within the overlay there's the discretionary review. So each and every project that comes before the city would have the opportunity to be measured against itself with a number of findings that have to be made. And so that translates into the use permit process and then the site plan and architectural review. This was also the best way for us to continue to enhance historic preservation, and that was cemented with the extensive focused EIR that was completed for the better part of last year and was certified by council at the end of February. And so really what the final draft overlay is a very surgical look at all the different constraints, looking at the different land uses, looking at the different components of downtown, and we really took a close look at wanting to be surgical with the sub areas A, B, and C. What else does it do? It supports existing local businesses. It's a way to fill, one way to fill vacant properties, and improves the overall health of our historic downtown by facilitating the preservation of historic buildings. I think there's plenty of evidence that suggests that the best way to retain our historic character, retain our historic buildings, is to facilitate redevelopment that can sit side to side with our historic buildings and resources. Another way that the overlay provides that housing and economic opportunity is it activates the ground levels of existing and new downtown residential commercial properties. We've been through an extensive view, parcel by parcel inventory of sub areas A, B, and C, and we feel that this gives us the best opportunity for us to balance everything that was just discussed, as well as identify some key opportunity sites, which we'll go into detail later in the presentation. And so one of those balancing acts is, again, preservation of our historic downtown. How do we redevelop within the fabric of our historic resources? And so this is just an example of what would happen. One of the data points that we would be receiving, this is using the example of the proposed hotel at the corner of B and the Boulevard, is to look at the context of the proposal with respect to the larger downtown. And so this is a height analysis along the boulevard. As you can see, height variations up and down the boulevard. So this is an updated timeline. We, council certified the EIR at the end of February, and what's before you is the second reading of the ordinance. And then to follow would be the potential public hearing for future projects. For example, the proposed ECAN Hotel, which would be before our Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee as well as our Planning Commission. And so staff is back. The two key changes that council directed us to do have now been incorporated in the proposed overlay. And so before you, change one was we wanted to see an increase in exceptional building design. So we went from, I believe, at least one of the following criteria. Future projects would have to meet at least 3 of these. And then on top of that, with the need for a closer look at design, city support to help determine the exceptional architecture design, that would be guided by a qualified third party chosen by the city. And so those that language is now amended in the overlay that's before you this evening, as well as the insertion of consideration of jobs and housing with respect to any future project. So I believe this was a copy and paste from the motion that was made by council at the end of February. This ensures that we'll have more data to help inform the decision-making process for a future project. And so with that, we staff recommend that council conduct the public hearing, consider the adoption of the proposed overlay, as well as consider project alternatives. So in the staff report, what we have continued to maintain to do is to provide different alternatives that council may choose to discuss, consider tonight. And so I'll just leave the last slide here just to I think this is the simplest way just to tee up this conversation. And I think it's also good what's not here is in the 2.5 years that we've gone through this process as a team, the multiple iterations that have gotten us to this point. And so what started as a much broader exercise into looking for opportunity sites downtown for both housing and economic opportunity, through discussions, through engagement with the community, through engagement with our Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee, our Planning Commission, even discussions with our General Plan Advisory Committee. The overlay has been modified to a point where it's, again, very surgical. For example, sub-area A is a 1-by-2 block entryway into the boulevard with a number of key sites, and then also B with the focal point of the 2 bank buildings, as well as some opportunity sites within C. And so one recommendation that council took from Planning Commission was the reduction. And so sub-area C was larger. This has now been modified and reduced. And so within the bounds of council purview is a discussion on do we move forward with the adoption on the second read? Has there been further discussion, comment after hearing, what I presume to be some public testimony? Does council want to reconsider? And that's what's before you, Mayor, and council this evening, and staff is here ready to help support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the brevity in the report too. It's that was a quick one here, and I do appreciate that staff has presented, an alternative thought in the presentation tonight. Certainly, the overlay area A, B, and C it's been discussed and asked about and changed so many times. I remember it started out as like one big area, and then defined A, B, and C, and then planning and changed the limits on that. So it's always been in play, and I'm anxious. I'm glad to see it up here now. Are there questions from council that folks want to weigh in on the question side? Councilmember Shribs?
Just as a double check, I think we've answered this before at some point in time, but for areas B and C, the intent was mostly housing is what was desired. And right now, according to state law, even though right now we have a 4-story cap, but state law says if they have 15% inclusion, that a developer could come in and pretty much have carte blanche to build up to, I think, 6 stories or a certain percentage above that 4 stories limit that we have now. Could you just reestablish what a developer could do? And on a practical basis, so for areas B and C, really, is this, if we were to change and went to just area A, on a practical basis, does it really matter for having B and C in there at this point, given that state law allows more than a 4-story right now?
Thank you, council members. So with any reduction, obviously there's a loss in potential benefits on the economic, so the non-residential side. So your reference to state density bonus law, so that applies essentially to the entire town. And so because we have a mandatory 15% inclusionary, state density bonus law provides additional, not just additional density, so additional units. It also allows for a developer to seek relief from development standards, so building height, building setback, lot coverage, in order to make their project possible. And so by going down to more directly to answer your question, a reduction in the number of parcels within the sub area, so if you lose B and C, hypothetically, while you don't get this development regulation of having a discretionary process, and a project could submit as a 6-story residential or a non-residential building, there would be the opportunity through state density bonus law to seek additional height, additional concessions on development standards. And so you won't lose that as much. I do think some of the other components of the overlay that we feel are benefits to produce housing, primarily the ability to do the ground floor residential. So right now, because downtown is zoned mixed use, there's a retail floor component, ground floor component. So you see that with La Villa as an example, just on the fringe of downtown. And so one of the key elements of the overlay helps encourage a product that's 100% residential. But that said, yes, there is the state density bonus law that a developer could come through and seek some relief from any of the standards that the city has.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at a practical basis, and at this point in time, does there's no projects currently proposed, and we still have the general plan coming up. So if we were to remove B and C right now on, again, just a practical basis, is that really going to change anything right now other than the project that's in line right now? Because we still have the general plan coming up. So the general plan clearly is going to reestablish those things could be put into the general plan that's coming up.
Absolutely, council member. I think one thing that you're hearing with some of the interest around increasing the potential density per acre, that's really one of the driving forces that could help. Right now, the only way you can go above the 30 units per acre limit downtown would be to seek it through density bonus, and they have different performance standards and things that they have to meet. And so absolutely, this is something that we have started to have as a conversation as part of the general plan update, and that could be a place where we can continue that conversation.
Right, so what you mentioned was discretionary, so having control of a discretionary process in here, so that's actually a benefit for controlling something that may get way out of hand if we don't. So basically, it's putting our ability to put limits on things in case someone does want to come in. But we can put this into play later. We don't have to do it now since there's no projects in line, and we can do that coming up.
Yes.
Okay, just thought I'd just check on that, what we're really talking about tonight and what the actual impact and outcome might be. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Now.
Thank you. We've expanded the sub-area A to the rest of that block, but diagonal from there is an empty lot with one of those dreaded chain link fences that's at the corner of D Street and Petaluma Boulevard, and I believe there was a gas station there, and the ground is not environmentally usable, but that chain link fence is still going to be there no matter what part of the overlay we agree on tonight. I'm wondering why we didn't add that to sub-area A, since everybody's against chain link fences. So that's my question.
Great question, Vice Mayor. I think, it is it's an opportunity site. There is a lot of work just with respect to the contamination. It's owned by one of the larger oil companies. It's something that, when I start nodding off for bed, there's these handful of parcels that, just require that extra lift. I don't believe it came up. And so there's sort of a separate path, sort of project-focused, parcel-focused approach that we want to have because it is a key site. As you're going into town, that's one of the ones that you notice. I think this is probably the first time it's come up as, how do we, could we not look at it as part of the overlay? I think the other piece that Andrew, our planning manager here, is mentioning to me is that side of the boulevard is dictated by the SMART code. And so, that's probably the primary reason, but also there's other ways for us to look at that as we look at future amendments to the SMART code. So it's something we can take note of and follow up with.
Thank you for that explanation. I kind of knew the answer, but I just wanted to mention that that's a chain link fence piece of property that's not going to change in anything we do probably in the next 5 years.
Never say never, but yes.
Well, thank you very much. And can I ask, do we have a general plan land use plan for that spot that's mentioned? Or does it stay SMART code and that's what the recommendation in the future is?
So for the time being, it is within the SMART code. And so with any good effort, we'd want to planning exercise. We want to look at that holistically. And so we are having, so that would be, I think, more germane to a larger conversation that we should be having soon.
Yeah. Councilmember Shribs?
Just to add something just on that topic there of that particular property, because we didn't get into that last time, that particularly the Petaluma corridor and the land use planning. But when I was reading the documents, I was looking at the current zoning versus the future possible zoning, and I thought it was really curious. But the current zoning, not the future, but the current zoning, I think was listing it as a possibility of even right now as a 6-story mixed-use property. I think that, if I'm correct on that, so it's already slated as a possible 6-story property right now as we stand in our current zoning. Because if I was reading the map correctly on that whole block right there, actually.
So, Councilmember, are you talking about the vacant former
They're
gas
right next to
station?
on that corner. And in fact, when I was talking about that whole section from there all the way to the real estate office, the 2 homes that are a little run down, and then there's a real estate office next to it, that whole block, that whole section, I think was slated as a 6-story zoning, according to what I was reading the map already. It's already there. And it was going to be maintained as a 6-story in the next iteration.
Yeah, I mean, so this is great commentary for us to come back. We are planning feverishly to come back to you to talk about land use as part of the general plan update, and so we can have that information. I don't have it.
When it's there, but I think that's the case. So this area will be discussed again in land use for the general plan, and we'll be covering it at that time. Thank you.
Yeah, well, and so this goes back to the Councilmember Now's question about, is it going to take 5 years? I think as a city, we look at what are some ways to help incentivize, right? Are we able to create value, potential value? One way to do that is through the planning and land use. And so if with that lens, we can look at what are some things that we can do as part of the general plan that could help incentivize and hopefully fast track the redevelopment of that site.
I think council mostly wants to make comments and get past this questioning part. It's the second reading of an ordinance. The choices we talk about with A, B, and C have been on the table and discussed, a number of times. They want to get to the decision making, the opinion on value in each of these proposals. But I do want to note, I appreciate the exceptional architecture update and also the jobs house balance update that we've added to the ordinance now. And so at this point, I'd like to move it over to our clerk to open this for public comment on the item.
Yes, we did receive 17 public comments ahead of the meeting, and those are posted online. And those attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. And I think we are going to have a few more cards.
So we have 23 speakers tonight. And Rick Brown will be first, with Chris Rebelou to follow.
Good evening. My name is Rick Brown. I'm a 17-year resident of Petaluma, and I live over in the Oak Hill neighborhood, just a few blocks off Washington. I'm here to support the City Council's adoption of Ordinance 2900. I'm sure there will be plenty of speakers sharing the pros and cons of this ordinance, so I'm not going to take my time doing that. Rather, I want to share a story that explains why I think it's in the best interest of the community to support the council in whatever decision they make, versus putting the city through an expensive and time-consuming referendum decision process. In the mid-90s, I had been an elected member of a school board in West County for 3 years, and then recently been elected as president of the board. During that time, we seldom had more than a dozen folks attend our board meetings. And then there was an issue that came before the board where we were getting a proposal to offer an alternative curriculum in one of our kindergarten classrooms. We'd been approached by a number of parents who wanted to try out this approach. And so we put it on the agenda. And there was also a large group that were against it. In fact, over 300 people attended the meeting who were against the proposal when it was put on the agenda. At one point, a man stood up and said to me, as the president, "We elected you, so you have to do what we tell you to do." I paused, and then I responded. I was elected to use my best judgment to do what is in the best interest of the children, families, and residents of our school district. And that's what I hope we do tonight. I trust the elected representatives sitting here, whether they're for or against the ordinance, whatever way they vote. I trust that they're using their best professional judgment. And so I hope people attending this meeting and listening online do the same thing. By the way, that kindergarten classroom that had the alternative curriculum expanded to 2 classrooms because of demand the next year, and within 3 years, we had to open up a new school with this alternative. And many of the kids who attended that alternative classroom were children of the 300 people who opposed that night. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Rebelou, to be followed by Maureen Gottschall.
Hi, everyone. Chris Rebelou, glad to be here. I am in favor of the overlay. When it comes to the overlay, what I'm most excited about is the potential for infill housing downtown. You can tell from my hair that I belong to the demographic that is eager to live someplace where they can walk to get most of what they need and where they don't necessarily have to have a car. Right now, there really is no place for older adults who live alone in big houses to downsize in Petaluma. So that's my first point. The overlay moves us towards our climate goals. The carbon neutral lifestyles include folks living in apartment and condominiums downtown, close to traffic. I also want to say that the overlay is good for city finances. It's good for the town overall. Yep, it's downtown, but we have parks all over town that need to be in good repair. We have to pay our first responders, and we have to keep supporting the people in our mobile homes. And finally, I know change is scary, but a vote for the overlay, I think, is a vote for Petaluma's future. And I wish that people would think about the future. We need to think about our grandkids. We need to think about our young people, and we need to put their future, make their future more important than our own worries about change and discomfort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maureen Gottschall, and I see you have several folks seating time, Maureen.
Yeah,
and
one left, and then one substituting.
So let me ask, is Julia Court in the room?
No, Julie's not.
Julie's not. Pepper Fernandez in the room?
And then
I'm sorry, can we identify Pepper Fernandez? Right here. Okay, hi. Thank you. And Pamela Dayton?
Pam Dayton.
Dayton. Pam Dayton. And so go ahead if need be.
Yeah, I'm hoping I won't have that much time. I just wanted to make sure. First, this is what I was going to talk about, but I was just listening to comment, and I feel like that there's a disconnect of us talking. For me, it's the overlay is absolutely looking at our housing problem in a silo. The bigger picture is the general plan. And so that's why I'm confused. A no on this doesn't mean I'm not for alternative housing, for low-income housing, for all those things. I just want to do it in a holistic approach. So that's my comment on that. So then my written comments tonight are really basically about just when I was just doing research the last couple months on parking and like different perspectives, as well as looking at the website, at the general plan, and then also looking at and just coming to the planning commission meetings, coming to all these meetings on the overlay, that I found that there was some of the things that I found, I just had concerns. They're just observations. So I want to just discuss some of these observations that I had seen and then wrap it up to kind of tie into the overlay in the hotel. So please just bear with me. Okay, and also I'll submit via email tonight all of the supporting documentation that I'm going to talk about today. So in my observations and in my research and looking at different people's perspectives on parking, especially with the hotel only having 58 spots, I watched a Zoom meeting on January 23rd for CHATS KBYG. They had a parking reform meeting, and I just wanted to hear what they had said. And in the first 2 minutes of that meeting, I saw that there are 4 Petaluma council members there. 4 out of 7 council city members attending any meeting may constitute a quorum. Mayor Kevin McDonald is a founding member of KBYG and noted contributor of Urban Chats. This meeting occurred just days before January 27th's council meeting discussing the downtown area parking management plan. The Urban Chat meeting's purpose was partly to discuss what is parking reform and then how to effectively advocate at the upcoming city council meeting. This may create, at minimum, a public perception of the majority council base bias for this advocacy group. So then the other thing that I started researching as I was looking at the general plan, and one of the city's general plan websites provides links that directly go to Urban Chat's website. It is a website for more information on the draft general plan, and it's planpetaluma.org, know before you grow. The city logo appears on the page with these links as a resource for more information, providing contact information to the city staff. This creates the appearance of official city endorsement of these advocacy groups. Urban Chats explicitly advocates for reducing car dependency. So the question that I started just asking myself is, where is the separation? Where's the line of separation between public advocacy and council decisions and governance? So when I get to just watching this process of the overlay in the hotel, I see that council majority dismissed the planning commission's recommendations and the public concerns about insufficient parking. There's 58 spots for 93 rooms in that hotel project. The council moved forward with the recommended parking analysis without a recommended parking analysis for the final EIR, and also is bypassing the final planning commission review. For comparison, a similar Sebastopol project being proposed with 10 fewer rooms and is including 250 new parking spots. Even though that hotel has a large lot, the variances of proposed parking is still almost 4 times greater. We will not know the impact of parking until after the fact because the analysis was not completed based on the council majority's decision to move forward. This is going to impact our neighborhoods significantly. 58 spots to do the staff, for the day visitors, for the hotel, and you guys are putting it at 75% occupancy rate, which we all know is pre-pandemic rates anyways. It's really closer to 60, but that's beside the point. The point is that there's not enough parking and we don't know. And that's not right. And that's not good due diligence. So the blurred lines are concerning. council majority attending Urban Chats meetings, the mayor's role as noted contributor links to Urban Chats on City Petaluma websites, Urban Chats advocating for reducing car dependency, and majority council potentially moving forward on the EIR without a parking impact analysis is recommended. When these facts are considered together, they create the potential for public perception of bias within the council. I'm asking the council and the city to please review the connections between the city, the council, KBYG, and Urban Chats to ensure that there is a distinct line drawn between advocacy groups and official city governance. I'm also asking the council to please reconsider the EIR and go back to the impact and go back and review the impact report of because it is going to impact our neighborhoods. I just found out that on D Street, of the parking removed, we had 225 parking spots, and because of day savings rules and removing the parking on the other side, we only have 85 spots left. We have like not even 40%. And we are right bumping up against D Street is on the side of A. It's really frustrating. And Adobe Road wasn't even included in the study for parking reform, because the city said, oh, it's not up online. And we all know there's a capacity of 300 for that place. That is also right along D Street. Anyway, I just ask that you reconsider and that you think about parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Shalina Moreta, and I see you have time seated from Deborah Moreta. Is Deborah in the house? Thank you. To be followed by Tom Lewis. Thank you. Right.
Hi, Shalina Moreta. I'm a community member here in Petaluma. What does the community need to do in order for all of you to listen up? I don't want to be here right now. I want to be planning my racing season, but here I am because all of you cannot figure out how to pull our town together without bringing money from outside that will completely change the face of our town. Does anybody here know who Helen Putnam is? How about we have a little bit of respect for the powerful women in the history of our town? During a time when we are all trying so hard for equality and equal respect, you all are completely disrespecting the work that a woman ahead of her time vehemently fought for in our town. Why would you allow her to go down like this? It's deplorable. You're working on turning this town into a bedroom community. This isn't Roanoke Park. There's a ton of new building on the south end of town, but that's arguably the most economically dead area of town. So how has the housing helped there? That's not what invigorates a town. Culture, community, and things to do are what invigorates a town. You want more money here? Figure out how to do that. You've not done studies showing what could be done here. You're ushering in a quick fix. It's like taking pills to get six-pack abs. It doesn't work like that. You have to do the work. Here's some vacant properties for you. 7-Eleven on Washington, Cycle West, Shangri-La, Bank of America, Bank of the West, Kmart, the old tanning salon, 5th Street, 4th and C, One Up Park Grill, the building where Sienna Antiques was, the building where Kinko's was. There's vacancies even in our newer buildings like Freedman's area, the Target area, and Redwood Business Park. What's going on, folks? Will moving a hotel in somehow magically fill these buildings? No. I ask that the city council not be lazy and figure out ways to reinvigorate the economy here, not just aim for an unproven quick fix. You have hotels that are nowhere near capacity already. What can you do to help the economy of Petaluma now? What have you tried? What has worked and what hasn't? You have an underutilized downtown, many vacant buildings. It seems like you're just throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. No method to the madness except to bring in someone else to fix it. Come on. Is that really the best that you guys have? Here's an easy one for you. Tourism is a major contributor to our revenues in Sonoma County. Much of Petaluma tourism revolves around the local cultural heritage and our historic downtown. Our downtown is literally famous. It's in movies and a tourist destination. Travel and Tour World is saying that the global agritourism market, also known as farm tourism, has witnessed significant growth over the past years, with a projected increase from $3.8 billion in 2022 to $111.1 billion by 2032. This growth reflecting a compound annual growth rate of 12.5% from 2023 to 2032. Travelers are seeking authentic, nature-based vacations. Popular agritourism activities in North America include farm stays, harvest festivals, wine tours in regions like California's Napa Valley and Oregon's wine country. The rise of food tourism has played a critical role in the expansion of this market. As more travelers seek to enjoy locally produced food and beverages, agritourism destinations offer activities such as cheese-making demonstrations on dairy farms, farm-to-table dining experiences in towns. Ecotourism trends also drive the popularity of agritourism. Many agritourism destinations emphasize environmentally friendly practices such as organic farming, sustainable agriculture, things you guys have here. This resonates with conscientious travelers looking for eco-friendly travel options and wishing to support sustainable agriculture. You guys have a hub for that right here. Open your brains. Let's think about what we could do here. In addition, the agricultural aspect of agritourism, the educational aspect has also gained popularity. The 2022 Sonoma County hotel occupancy rate was 64.1%. For hotels, an ideal occupancy rate is between 70 and 95%. Sonoma County Airbnbs have a 51% occupancy rate, which is considered very bad. A low occupancy rate means that there are far too many empty rooms at a given time, indicating that something may be wrong with the hotel and room availability needs to be increased. As a rule of thumb, in the hospitality industry, a good OCC is 80% or above. We're at 64.1, yet we're talking about building an entirely new hotel without invigorating the economy. Make this make sense. A few things that I have to ask again. 1, are we embracing local cultural heritage or redefining what makes Petaluma, Petaluma? 2, money and greed or integrity? 3, corporations or small businesses, who do you want to see win? Bringing in corporations never bodes well for small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Lewis, to be followed by Darren Reckison.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. You've been hearing a lot from the community recently and over the past year, and it's becoming clear that we have a lot of goals in common. Actually, affordable housing, economic opportunity, affordable wages, mindful of sustainable growth, integrating our agricultural community, and making Petaluma a destination. And the general plan update is just around the corner. So where all these goals, including discussions of design parameters, can be engaged with the full community, including all the citizens, design professionals, land and environmental interest, and the general plan advisory. I urge you this evening to rescind the general plan amendment of February 24th. We believe this will go a long way to a more harmonious discussion of the goals we all wish to achieve for our city. In the meantime, a zoning ordinance that removes areas B and C and addresses the application for the hotel in area A only can address the application of this developer on its own merit, without encompassing and surrounding the whole downtown environment in this controversial discussion. In fact, there's compromise to be achieved here as well. I'm certain in this room, out in the general public, a 4-story hotel with a rooftop bar would be a unanimous, let's get it done. Simple. But we need compromise. We need to listen to each other, and we need to bring this conversation to a focus where we can all achieve our goals. As city, you are charged with and have the burden of listening to all the choices and alternatives and making wise decisions. And we respect that. That's why we're here. However, we urge you to repeal the general plan amendment of February 24th. Respect also our right as citizens to referend the resolution number 2025-022 if you choose not to accept the alternative proposal set forth in your staff report. I wish you all the luck. These are hard decisions to make. Let's work together and create a wonderful future for our Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Rakusin, to be followed by Cinda Gilliland. All right, we'll move straight to Cinda Gilliland, to be followed by Teddy Herzog.
Hello, thank you for hearing me. I am Cinda Gilliland. I have lived close to downtown, but I'm here mostly to speak from my perspective as a landscape architect. I have worked in cities all throughout California and internationally, and I've been a student of an advocate for the public realm, for public spaces, and how important they are for our communities. From my practice, I also have a belief in the collaborative process and that the diversity of voices are important to for better outcomes, and you're participating in that now. Change is unsettling, but it also provides opportunities. New building, new people, new funds can make our town more aesthetically rich and vibrant. Mary Dooley recently had an article in today's Press Democrat and in the Argus on Friday talking about her experience in Japan, where historic buildings were paired next to well-designed new buildings, and how rich that environment was. An empty lot might seem like an opportunity, but it's just a void until you have someone with a proposal and funds to put something there. An empty lot does not increase vibrancy of our community. It doesn't make our city more walkable or add to our shared resources. We have an opportunity now to move the needle. You can't change a hotel to a 4-story if it doesn't pencil out for the people who are funding it. And my hope is that you will come to the conclusion to continue to support the overlay, and that we as a city will come together, the city council, the city staff, and the business owners and the citizens, to make this a more vital and engaging place. And I would like to add that a referendum is hugely expensive, and I agree with some earlier speakers that no is not a way to move things forward. We have to take the opportunities that are presented to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Teddy Herzog, to be followed by Nathan Spindell.
It is time to build some new, very big, bold, iconic buildings downtown. Yes, I'm talking about new, tall, modern buildings that generate additional new traffic downtown, that bring in new money in our town, and also buildings that provide new housing downtown. Let's get more people with money downtown spending that money so that existing and new businesses can thrive, and so that additional tax money will flow into the city coffers. How many more vacant storefronts, vacant floors, and vacant entire buildings do we need downtown? The purpose of downtown is not to be a museum where older, retired, wealthy white people can easily drive into and park their cars wherever and whenever they want. The purpose of downtown is to be the central business district of our town. Our downtown should be packed with people every week of the year. It's not a museum. It's the central hub of community life. And downtown Petaluma is the central business district of our town. Do I think that a new 6-story high-end hotel with a 5-star restaurant at ground level and a roof deck with a cocktail bar is a good major addition to our central business district? Yes, I do. We love the big, bold, iconic buildings that scream 1885. We love the big, bold, iconic buildings that scream 1925. Why can't we build a few big, bold, iconic buildings in the heart of downtown that scream 2025? We don't need more empty parking spaces on the street downtown. We need more people, more feet on the street, more cars, more traffic, and more money flowing around downtown. With all due respect to the folks who got it built 20 years ago, Theater Square is a relative financial failure, mediocre. Sure, it's 3 stories. Theater Square is cute, and it does not offend anyone. But on a busy Friday night or a hopping Saturday night, other than the movie theater, no one's hanging around on the street around Theater Square. That's a different topic. Downtown Petaluma is not a museum. It's our central business district. How are we going to pay for the Caulfield Bridge, the trestle, future dredging, new Upper River Park, new fire station, more bus routes, etc.? Thank all of you. This is a long haul. You got lots of projects that are long hauls. Thank you for your time on this. Yes, on the overlay, and I hope yes on the EKN Hotel. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Spindell, to be followed by Lydia Aslan.
Petaluma, California, a beautiful downtown with unique historic architecture, adjoining equally historic neighborhoods. I moved here specifically because we like the vibe of Petaluma's downtown and its walkable neighborhoods. I visit downtown every day. I frequent its beloved businesses, many of which support the Overlay Inn Hotel. I too support the Overlay Inn Hotel. Why? It will make downtown more vibrant by increasing foot traffic of customers, stimulating new businesses, jobs, amenities, and hopefully more housing. It will help make our downtown more economically viable. The abundance of vacant storefronts, blighted lots, and chain link fences shows that our current zoning and incentive structures are not working properly. I don't think anyone wants this blight. I'm not a fundamentalist fanboy of the overlay. Is it perfect policy? No. But is it a good step in the right direction? Absolutely. It's the type of incremental change we need to embrace. It's now super clear that 20 years of Californians obstructing building has caused affordability issues, housing insecurity, stagnation, and hundreds of thousands of people leaving the state per year in recent years. We have to try something new, and I see upzoning Petaluma's downtown as a small part of that. Finally, I understand many people have strong aesthetic preferences for what future downtown buildings should look like. They should advocate for downtown design guidelines, like other cities have successfully done in Novato, Healdsburg, and Napa. I fully support that, although I don't think it should get in the way of moving forward with upzoning and the infill projects that we're discussing tonight. Also, regarding parking concerns, I think parking remains abundant on D Street. It's still under 50% average utilization even after the pilot changes. And I also tend to agree with Councilmember DeCarli's recent statement that we don't have downtown parking shortages. There are a couple blocks that get busy at peak times. It's hard to get a parking spot right in front of Reese BC or Seared on a Friday at 6 p.m. But you walk within a block or two and there's parking. And our staff is currently optimizing with curb management exploration so that it's even easier and more inclusive to park downtown when you need to. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Lydia Aslan, and I see you have time seated from Isabel Beardsley. Okay, and to be followed by David Boyd.
Good evening and happy birthday, Mayor McDonald. Council members, city staff, I'm Lydia Aslan from Petaluma Historic Advocates. So alternate A, I was really hoping to hear a little bit more of an explanation as to why this was put on the agenda. But I'm here to talk about alternate A. The option to reduce the overlay to just Area A, it's kind of an interesting consideration for us to kind of chew on a little bit this evening. Of course, there's still the elephant in the room, and PHA still has a difference of opinion with the council regarding the appropriateness of the hotel in the overlay. But removing areas B and C from the scope of the overlay certainly addresses multiple issues, including better alignment down the line with the general plan update. One, I don't see that there's any timeline or runway long enough to initiate new development in areas B and C before the general plan update takes effect in a little over a year. And since the overlay is intended to sunset once the general plan update is approved, removing areas B and C could mean fewer moving parts to unwind. 3, we know that retaining the current housing density of 30 dwelling units per acre doesn't incentivize incrementally more housing, so it makes sense to wait until the general plan update increases that number to 45 dwelling units an acre, as was recommended in the land use workshop 2 weeks ago. The strategic economics consulting folks show projections for downtown office growth and mid-rise housing viability in the short term to be relatively weak, which means not much hope of new development in areas B and C before the general plan update is approved. The overlay has always been about the hotel anyway, so there's no downside to limiting the overlay scope to Area A. Number 6, potential litigation over technicalities is likely to be avoided. So we at PHA believe that it makes good sense for the council to amend the scope of the downtown overlay tonight, to repeal and revise the general plan amendment accordingly to take into account just Area A, and to delay the second reading of the overlay ordinance for a couple of weeks from now at a future council meeting. You know, I was here 2 weeks ago for the general plan update land use workshop. I saw a recommendation presented for downtown that maintains the current mixed-use 2 land use designation with a simple revision to increase housing density to 45 dwelling units an acre and loosen the definition of ground floor activation. I saw a recommendation to retain the current 45-foot height limit downtown with the caveat that parcels within the overlay zones could attain heights up to 6 stories with discretionary approval. All in all, I feel the community input regarding downtown that was collected at the general plan update events seems to have made a difference. But community sentiment hasn't really moved the needle with this body in terms of the hotel and the overlay. This past weekend, PHA conducted signature gathering training for an army of volunteers that signed up long before we found out about alternate A. We still have a goal of putting a referendum on the ballot to allow Petaluma voters a voice in a decision of this magnitude that affects our beloved downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. David Boyd. And do I see you have someone seating time? Christine
Yes, Christine
Aker.
is right over here.
Thank you. Okay, it should be followed by Tom Gaffey.
Good evening. My name is David Allen Boyd. I'm a 20-year resident of Petaluma and the surrounding area. I currently live just west of the city limits. I'm also a California registered architect. I'm affiliated with a group of volunteer concerned citizens who value participatory democracy and who are appalled at the council's lack of responsiveness to the concerns of the community, citizens, business owners, working people, about the future of our historic downtown core. We call ourselves the Petaluma Historic Advocates. We live in challenging times for democracy. Democracy lives and dies at the level of local politics, and citizen participation in local governance is critical to the maintenance of a healthy democracy. Planning policy affects everyone in a community. It may be complex, but it is certainly comprehensible. And there is a process for urban planning changes that is designed to incorporate the participation of all stakeholders. It's called the general plan. And the overlay zoning that you are considering today is an intentional in-run around that process. It is a decidedly anti-democratic action. We of PHA recognize that the city faces financial issues. We also are smart enough to recognize hyperbole and to know that any problem, there are multiple paths to resolution. We of PHA are advocates for the construction of quality, affordable housing. We are also smart enough to realize that when politicians use hot-button issues such as affordable housing as a smokescreen for an unpopular agenda, we of PHA would be thrilled to see responsible planning and development that honors the historic fabric, scale, and architectural form of our beloved downtown core. We are also smart enough to see that the overlay is anything but that. We know that these are challenging times, and we recognize that you, the elected leaders of this community, have many issues and responsibilities to juggle. We are also smart enough to recognize when actions may be driven by fear or ideology rather than a commitment to democratic principles and a respect for the community. I assume and believe that your hearts are in the right place, but the means do not justify the ends. And both the means and the ends are contrary to the desires of the majority of Petalumans. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Tom Gaffey, to be followed by Dave Alden.
Holy cow. Happy birthday, Kevin. What a joyous day. So, no to the overlay doesn't mean no to housing downtown. It doesn't mean we stop moving forward. It means we take a look and be a little more thoughtful about how we process, certainly in the B section and the C section. If you want to live in an apartment building on Liberty Street, next door to a building that is 24/7 making the damnedest noise you'll ever hear, they'll probably put an apartment there, and good luck to you. But I think what we need to do, if you guys could take a look at slowing this process down a little bit, taking B and C out is a great idea. Moving forward with A, if that's what you got. You have to understand, if you decide to move forward the way it is, there are 90 people that are already ready to go out and start gathering signatures tomorrow. And it looks like they've got those signatures. We could slow things down. We could be a little more thoughtful about how we move forward. And we can maybe come up with something better than what we've already got planned. In particular, how's that project in Tahoe going? How long has this particular developer been working on that? The hole in Ketchum? You guys are dealing with a developer that doesn't seem to be able to finish a project. Is this really where we want to be? I don't think so. I mean, maybe we do, but I'm kind of hoping that you guys maybe slow it down a little bit. You have a chance tonight to change the direction that we're going, and you'd even put a break on a referendum, which doesn't have to be that expensive. We certainly are willing to wait until the next paid-for election. But either way, I think moving towards taking B and C out is a great idea tonight. But it's just a thought. Happy birthday, Kevin.
Thank you. Dave Alden, to be followed by Dan Like.
Thank you. You know, I like downtown as it is now. Quiet, uncrowded sidewalks, parking that's not really that available, but it's not too bad. We're working on that. Readily available tables in restaurants. It's quiet, it's comfortable. You know what? Quiet and comfortable may not be the best way to move this city forward. I think a lot of the terms finite game versus infinite game. If you're not familiar with the term, a finite game is one that has a fixed end to it. An infinite game is a game that goes on forever with the goal being that you continue to survive. All of us, we're living finite games. Someday we're not going to be here. We'll have had a nice life, hopefully, good experiences, left some good memories, maybe left a little nest egg behind. We're gone. Petaluma is playing an infinite game. We live in a community that wants to be here 200 years from now, long after we're gone. We need to take that seriously. If Petaluma could talk, it would probably say something like, I love giving the folks who are here now a good place to live, a place where they have good lives. But please do some things to make sure I'm here 200 years from now to serve the next generation, the same people like you who want to live good lives in this town. What do urban planners and economists agree on creates a better downtown? People. It's just people. That's all it is. You have to get people downtown, whether it's residences that have easy access to downtown, whether it's hotel rooms, whether it's transit, whether it's bikeability. All of those things get people downtown. That is the path to making Petaluma a place that is going to survive into the future, to provide a good place, just like we found it a good place during our lifetimes. The overlay isn't perfect, but it's a start. Let's take this step and then continue to refine it. We can take a step and then look still to do better as we move ahead. Thanks for paying attention.
Thank you. Dan Like, to be followed by Connor Kearney.
Good evening, I'm Dan Like. When I was trying to figure out what to say, I realized I've seen you all listening. Y'all know what I think and what I want. What I have been aware of is I've too been listening, and the people I've been listening to who are against the overlay have been talking about dragging out the process, and I've actually heard the words, because if we drag it out long enough, the right people make the decisions. You have been listening to everybody. I've seen it. Please act based on that, based on your feel for the town and how you've heard everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Connor Kearney, to be followed by Christine White.
Hello, council members. Happy birthday, Mayor. I'll keep this quick. I'm Connor Kearney. I'm Connor Kearney, 26 years old. I live in the Theater Square Apartments downtown. I love Petaluma. I love living downtown. And I want more people to have the opportunity to experience Petaluma like I do. We desperately need infill housing downtown. Many people tonight have asked to slow the development process. We have slowed the development process for the last 26 years. That's my entire life. We need action today. Slow is why we're in a housing crisis, and multiple generations, including my own, need housing today. I'm here in strong support of the full overlay, the downtown hotel, and we need this housing. We need the jobs, and we need a strong local economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina White and Chantel Rogers.
Thank you.
Are you?
Happy birthday. I won't sing.
Are you Pamela?
You said Christine White?
Yes, when Pamela ceded time earlier to... Thanks. Okay, good clarity. I saw you waving your hand. You were probably pointing to her.
Yeah, if I needed to.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Sorry. And happy birthday. First of all, let me say that I am not opposed to change. I like change. And I do understand that more affordable housing is needed. I hear everybody here. I've been to many meetings. But I also look at how we're looking at doing this overlay now with the ability to make things 6 stories. My understanding is that the 6 stories could potentially grow to 9 stories if the affordable housing requirement is met and no parking requirements. 4 stories downtown, that works. 6 stories might be a little high, but 9 stories, I just have a really hard time visualizing what that does to our historic downtown as you bookending it. So that's one question. 2, In the overlay plan, besides the exceptional architecture, which you added more requirements to, there was another part, and I can't remember what it was called. There were several items, but only one item out of the 6 or 8 was required, and that one of those items could be that you provide garbage pickup. So I ask that you take a look at that section and maybe add some more robustness to that. It wasn't just about exceptional architecture, it was another one. Also, in light of today's environment, maybe starting small isn't such a bad idea. Start with A, see how that rolls. See if we've drilled those requirements well enough that the city, that you all are satisfied with what requirements a new building has. Did we meet the parking? We'll have Adobe Road by that time, we'll be done, and we'll get a better feel for what our downtown is. Maybe no parking requirements isn't really the best way for the city. I do walk to downtown from my home now. I live out in Westridge Knolls. It takes me 45 minutes. I am aging, and I know that being able to get to downtown might become harder for me. There's Uber, I like it. Luma doesn't go out where we are yet. I hope that it will at some point. So I see where the city is trying to make steps to getting us to a more walkable area, and having housing downtown is a great way. But I've also read articles that what people want is not necessarily to be right downtown in an apartment kind of situation or a condominium situation. They'd rather have their own space and be walkable. So just something else to think about. Also, you can have well-placed buildings that tie in to what the old structures look like. And the design of the current hotel, as I've seen it, is like a box. And so that doesn't really seem like it ties in well. So I hope that the architectural process, should that go through, will work. Lastly, we have empty buildings, and I wonder, what are we doing to entice businesses to fill those buildings? Why do we have so many empty spots within Petaluma now? Thank you.
Thank you. Chantel Rogers, to be followed by Ben Peters.
Good evening. First off, I want to say that I really hope that nobody else ever says, I understand change is scary, as a way to try to explain people who are against the overlay and don't see that as a vision for our downtown. Most people are not against change. They might not think that this is the change that we need to see in order to get where we're going, but it is tremendously insulting to assume that we're shaking in our boots at the idea that anything might change downtown. So please, anybody, just stop saying that. It's really hard to hear. The state of California, in its infinite wisdom, has designated the SMART train as a major transportation hub, which I personally think is hilarious, but it does mean that the whole around half-mile area doesn't require any additional parking. So, I know that a lot of people think parking shouldn't be an issue, but at the same time that we say we need people to be downtown, we need tourists, we need people to be able to come in, the parking surveys that we've done have not been, I don't believe, an accurate representation of what we're seeing. I know people who live in the area and meet friends, and they don't come to Petaluma anymore because the parking isn't easy, and they want easy. And so they go somewhere else, lots of places you can meet your friends for lunch or for dinner. And, you might think, well, heck, walk 3-4 blocks, but some people don't want to do that. And there's a lot of places they can go where they don't have to do that. And then when you start adding in apartment buildings with 0 parking, I mean, how many people are you actually going to get who don't have a car? Some, of course. If we have them downtown and then we have a giant apartment complexes like we're envisioning over by the SMART train itself, all of a sudden we're talking about a lot of cars that are going to have to spill out into some other area besides the downtown and besides the area that surrounds it. And I don't think it's unreasonable to look at parking as a consideration for where and how we want to build housing that we all, I think, agree is necessary and that we'd like to expand the stock of in our town. But I think these things need to be taken into consideration in addition to all of the other issues related to the overlay aesthetically and whatnot. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ben Peters, to be followed by Patricia Tuttle-Brown.
So, the comedian Jeff Foxworthy, he had sort of this riff on you're a redneck when, and so I'd like to riff on that a little bit with the NIMBY formula. The NIMBY formula is, I am in favor of X, but Y. And we have literally heard that here tonight. Of course I'm in favor of this, but there's this other reason, which is why I'm actually not in favor. That is what a NIMBY is. Now, I'm not saying that because you're a NIMBY, you're evil, but do some self-reflection. Am I a NIMBY? Yes or no? And if that answer to yourself is yes, then, what are you trying to do? It's I am in favor of this, but I would like to delay it and so that it takes much longer and, less things happen. Okay, that is a very clear position. Thank you for advocating for delaying things so that no progress happens as quickly. Okay, I am a little bit surprised, maybe pleasantly surprised, by the lack of Walnut Creek bashing we've heard in this meeting versus the previous one. I mean, to the good citizens of Walnut Creek and their wonderful town, and all the people that are afraid of Petaluma turning into Walnut Creek. Does anyone know what the tallest building in Walnut Creek is? 21 stories. The downtown Walnut Creek most of it is over 10 stories. The comparison between Walnut Creek and Petaluma is a little bit silly. If it possibly didn't have more nefarious objectives, which is, to mislead and scare people, right? We're not talking about a 10-story overlay zone here. We're talking about 6 stories. Walnut Creek, in their overlay zone of 1985, approved 6 stories, okay? And, in 200 years, we're going to have 21-story buildings in downtown Petaluma, okay? So to get to my serious point tonight, okay, I sit on the Climate Action Commission, and we had a presentation on flooding in our downtown, and it floods in every scenario. Every scenario, our downtown floods. Billions and billions of dollars of public and private money are needed to save our downtown, okay? Doing nothing is not a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Tuttle-Brown, to be followed by Isaiah Gonzalez.
Patricia Tuttle-Brown. Well, my first speech, I said that I felt like the developer, nice guy, had arrived from outer space and now the town was getting an overlay. And it felt very odd to me. The second speech, I said that it had been said that there's a groundswell of support for this entire project. And I said, we don't know there's a groundswell of support. We should figure that out. Maybe you guys should have a referendum without having the historic people do it. Well, that didn't go very far. But I do believe in evolution. And so now we're here. And what I feel is that we should jettison, I want to be open. We should jettison B and C. We should leave A in. And we need to realize that just because we deem something an overlay doesn't mean anyone's going to build what we want them to. Calling it an economic and housing overlay is a dream. But I think to cut it down is good. But I think you all need to have the courage to say no about B and C, no matter how much money it's cost, I don't even know who's been paying these bills, to tell you the truth. If it's the city, if it's the developer, I don't know. And I think we ought to have the developer build a hotel. And I think it ought to be not 9 stories, not 6 stories. And I think we ought to ask him to build something beautiful with a beautiful bar. I'll have a drink with you with my husband. And I think you have to have courage. We are not needing to go by the drumbeat of know before you grow. Dave has been working on our minds for a long time. And I first went to his meetings and thought, yay, it's the only way a city can survive. I don't think you should be sitting on his board if you're, as the mayor really, because it's really his dream that's happening. And I think let's cut it down. Let's say yes to A, have courage and say no to the other things, no matter how much money's been spent. And then help the people that own the current properties, give them incentives to do something. Give them, talk to them, have a person work with the people that own those properties to do more, the businesses to do more, so that we do have more vibrancy. I do think that it's not wrong to have ground floor businesses. I think using that apartment complex on Washington Street as an example is bad, because Washington Street's a busy, very difficult street. The downtown is different. Good luck.
Isaiah Gonzalez, to be followed by Wayne Ekstrom. Isaiah, are you in the house? There we go.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you guys for the opportunity tonight. I want to ask real quick a show of hands. How many people in this room live in an apartment? Nice. How many people in this room have ever lived in an apartment? Cool. How many people in this room have raised kids in an apartment? Did that apartment have a backyard or a balcony? Right? Let's think about for a second what we're asking people to subject themselves to when we consider designing these types of multi-family housing developments, buildings, whatever you want to call them. Because if you've not been subject to the mercy of a lease that you cannot afford to negotiate, then I'm sorry, but your opinion's a little... Because I know what it's like. I've lived in 7 different buildings of different designs, and that's just apartments as a child. Now, as an adult, I've moved my own kids from at least 3 different units, both of which had balconies, sure, but I had small kids, and they need space to move around. And to try to find a place to be able to do that for those kids here in Petaluma is so expensive and so difficult. And I fear that if you are not someone who knows how to apply for an apartment nowadays, I beg you, please go look at some of those websites. Put yourself through a hypothetical situation and start filling out one of those applications. And I promise you, you will be so surprised and so scared to see that there is no fixed rate for renting, that there's pricing calendars. I have right here in my hand a planning commission whole agenda thing for where I live at 200 Greenbrier Circle, the Addison Ranch Apartments, because this city decided to approve adding 86 units on top of what was already 210 units there. And they eliminated all the parking. And I can't have my kids' friends over. I can't have my own friends over because there is no guest parking. And I can tell you, I've already spent close to $600 in towing fees just for trying to unload my groceries right outside of my unit. because unfortunately, the fire lane.
Thank you. Wayne Ekstrom, to be followed by Bryant Moynihan.
Good evening, Council. It's good to see you all. Yeah, I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I sit here and I've been to the Planning Commission meetings, I've been to the City Council meetings, and I hear a lot about what we need to do for the future, and I understand. There's a lot of children, or a lot of teenagers graduating from high school that are going to need housing. They're graduating every year. So what we're not providing them with is job opportunities. What I hear a lot about is we need to build the future, and there's a lot of developments in progress in many stages. But I don't hear anything about hiring from the local labor pools, actually keeping Petaluma's economic money here in town. So it would be good to hear you guys actually think about job opportunities, like for concrete workers, carpenters, pipe fitters. Instead of having these developers come here with their whole crew, develop whatever properties they're going to develop, and then leave as soon as they're done. So what does that leave us? We need to have more job opportunities here in town. So ask yourself, what are you going to leave for your kids and your future? If not, at least job opportunities where they can get a sponsor to work within this town instead of having to leave to find economic advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Bryant Moynihan, to be followed by John Hanania.
Good evening, City Council. I wrote a letter to you all on the 12th of March, and I'd like to just read it in the record. Dear Petaluma City Council, my firm represents 4 downtown buildings in our historic downtown area, which Nexus Realty Group, Inc. manages. I'm writing to encourage you to listen to the community by placing a voters' initiative on the ballot to limit the height of buildings being constructed to 4 stories and require new development to provide adequate parking for their projects. The existing downtown businesses are dependent on street parking and the parking provided by the Keller Street parking garage, A Street parking lot, and the Theater Square garage. The existing buildings, through bonds and special assessments, paid for this parking. Our downtown businesses are dependent also on tourism and crosstown business, which is dependent not only on parking, but upon the charm and vibrancy of our downtown. These customers are not looking for the San Francisco experience, nor to replicate the ambiance of Reno casinos. Limiting the height of buildings to 4-story will preserve the Petaluma experience. Additionally, low-cost housing does not develop projects over 4 stories due to construction costs. You have to go to steel versus wood frame structures. Until the voters of Petaluma are really allowed to cast their ballot, I respectfully request that the City Council vote no on any ordinance that forwards the overlay district, which corrupts our community. And in summary, I'm just basically trying to say it's a matter of equity. If you allow businesses or others to come in, whether it be affordable housing or offices, if there is such a demand, and allow them to come in and usurp the existing parking without any consideration for their needs, it's going to negatively impact not only the downtown, but the surrounding communities. You see it in local developments, the Brody Ranch project, where they limit 1 parking stall or garage per apartment. and you look at the neighborhood around there where all the people are parking their vehicles. It's just, you can't change the public that quickly. And try to force feed it into Petaluma will eliminate the character of a community that we moved here often to love. I've only been here 39 years, living and working pretty much in Petaluma. And I just hope you'd consider this for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. John Hanania, to be followed by Morgan Bellinger.
Good evening. Before I start saying anything, I do like to ask, am I allowed to speak in here because I have a dark skin? Somebody made a comment about retired white people in downtown, so I don't know if I belong here. Should I move out of Petaluma because I have a dark skin? Some time ago, I've told you about what God created mankind, giving them one mouth and 2 ears, and to listen. So I ask you, how many of you guys are really listening? Not many. When the people came down here about the artificial turf, all of you said, oh, that's what the community want. Give them what they want. How many people came down here against the D Street plant because somebody's vision want to shove down everybody's throat, and they were against it? And you guys went for it. How many people? Only 2 people spoke in favor last time. Only 2. And one of them I will say was paid for. But Kevin, you open it by talking about respect. What is respect? Respect for a city council member going to a business owner, going off on him because they don't agree with what they believe in? Brian Barnacle, you talk about rules. What is rules? Rules is violating Brown Act left and right and think people don't know what's going on behind closed doors. I've been respectful tonight. I actually had a plan to bring you a rubber stamp and give them to you because that's what you guys do. Rubber stamp. I'm not against change, but I do believe there's a big difference between democracy and dictatorship. When people speak and they tell you what they want and the majority of them is against something, and some of you, because they're vision for something else, and you force it down everybody's throat, that is wrong. Shame on you. But do you guys do you understand the difference between glass and some of you? I'm going to tell you the difference because they're both in common. When the glass is broken, you can put it back together, but you still see the cracks. But when the trust is broken between you and the community, it'll never be fixed. Ask yourself, how many of you that the community have a trust in you anymore? People want to recall some of you. People gathering signature. I'm going to be one of them. Okay? Everything's going to have to be with a fight. Why can't you work with the community? I know my time is up. Thank you.
And thank you. And Morgan Bellinger is our last speaker of the evening.
Good evening, council members and neighbors. For the record, I think the proposed hotel is ugly. I think the bank that's there next to it now is uglier. I don't think it matters. I don't think anybody should care what I think. I still support development near transit and development that will bring customers to downtown businesses. And on the parking topic, requiring permits from 3 to 5 a.m. and giving them to current residents will solve all of our parking problems, this is for street parking, and allow us to build housing and hotels without impacting availability of parking. But let's think big. The reason we've got Petalumans pitted against Petalumans in this fight about the best way to butter ourselves up for developers is because we don't have split roll property taxes thanks to Prop 13. When McDonald's and 7-Eleven and other commercial entities are paying property taxes on valuations that are decades old, that means that Petaluma has to make up the funding gap elsewhere. And here we are, bending over backwards for hotel taxes as one of the only ways to make up that funding gap. Prop 15 got close to fixing this a couple years ago with reasonable exceptions for small businesses. I just want to encourage my neighbors to keep their focus on the billionaires and corporations that are causing these problems, instead of gathering signatures to argue about crumbs underneath the billionaire's table. Thanks.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker. And so we'll close public comment, bring it back up to the dais to visit with council about where we head tonight. Council.
5-minute break.
And we have been in our chairs quite a bit. Let's take a 5-minute break and reconvene. And if we run the clock up here, 5 minutes, thank you. Back. Can we get the council back on the dais and get started again? All right, let's reconvene and we'll start the conversation at the council level. Okay, we have one missing council person. We'll give it a second till that one arrives, and then we'll start the conversation. Five minutes is never just 5 minutes. Hey, you don't think he's lost, do you?
No, it's mine. No, we can see where he is. He's in the restroom. It's my fault. I was talking to him. Sorry. Oh. All my fault. I was. That's what I
Okay, bringing it back to council for deliberation on the topic. I mean, we certainly heard a lot of views tonight. I appreciate everybody speaking. And I'd like to ask the council who'd like to lead off with any comments, where we're headed tonight. Thoughts? Vice Mayor now.
I'll start since I was the no vote. And I said jokingly, I'd never been called a NIMBY before. But I have to remind everyone that we built the Auto Mall because it was going to bring economic vitality back to Petaluma when we needed, help with the budget. We built the factory outlets because it was going to bring money to our city and help fund our police and our fire and our streets. And then we built Target Shopping Center and Freeman Shopping Center, and I was their biggest cheerleader because we were going to fill that retail tax leakage that puts money into our city budget. But right now, we don't have any projects except for the hotel, but we do need to give incentives to the landlords or property owners that we do have downtown, especially in the region, the area A. We've got the old PVQ. Yes, I'm old. It's probably known to you as Walnut Grill. And I believe there's an application to get it remodeled and up to code. And same with the 4th and C. Those two don't want to be housing. They want to be restaurants to feed people. I'm not against housing downtown. I think that housing downtown is really appropriate because we have some empty buildings and we have a lot of areas downtown that have housing apartments above retail or restaurants, especially on the boulevard. We've got some empty buildings. We could be creative. I love the theater square. I love that there are my friends. I can go downtown and meet them for dinner at Theater Square. And I usually find parking in the parking garage. I don't like walking at night. My biggest concern is that this project is going to start and not get finished. And we're going to be continuing to look at this empty lot. I am not against a hotel. I'm just nervous about it not finishing. Right now we have Oyster Cove. Everybody wants to know what that big body of water is on D Street. That's a project that we all approve for housing, and it's stalled. And who's going to say that this hotel project doesn't get stalled and we're just looking at another empty lot? And I love our historic district. I love the look of Petaluma. I'm up here every week telling you, check out the river, check out this, check out that. We have such a wonderful #visit Petaluma destination that people come from all over the world to come to Petaluma. And we need to have projects downtown that encourages the older people to sell their homes and let somebody young move into their house that has 2,000 square feet with a backyard and a front yard. And I would love to move downtown and not have to do that yard work. Let a family move in there. So we need to have incentives for the current property owners. And I will continue to vote no because I don't think it's the right time. We need to be looking at this with the general plan and look at each project individually and see how we can't help those property owners get their projects approved that already have applications in. And the future applications, let's help them get approved. And I don't believe they need to go up that high. And I don't think they need to wait. They're not waiting until after the general plan. So I don't see any reason why we have to push it through now when we've got a general plan next year. And the hotel, they could go up 4 stories and then have a variance for the setbacks and have their rooftop bar. And it doesn't need to be part of the overlay. So I will continue to vote no, but I want all the same things that everybody else in this room wants, even when they don't agree with me. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody volunteer to follow that?
Sure, I'll volunteer.
Councilmember Kato Thompson.
I have a very different opinion on, I don't believe that you wait until a general plan is when we are looking at economic development. The general plan doesn't dictate or should not dictate opportunities. It's basically a stalling method. Let's just go ahead and wait for the general plan. You know, I hear that, the hotel, it's okay as long as it's 4 stories and then I'll have a bar at the top. Or we need to slow down because the public hasn't gotten enough information. We have a lot of information. We've been living this for a long time, as the public has. There's just, everybody wants to compromise, and the compromise is if we do it your way, that's the compromise, and to do it any other way is wrong. I feel as though a hotel on the south end of town is needed. Theater Square has never done as well as it should have, because we don't have any activation at the south end of town. You know, right now at the bank building, there's a sign with butcher paper that says for lease and then a phone number. That's not how you do economic development if you really want to do something with buildings that you own. You would work with somebody, or you'd come to the city and you would actually put a real sign out there that says, you know, this is for lease or for sale or whatever it is. But butcher paper in a window is not economic development, and it's not moving those buildings for other uses. You know, when you talk about PQ or Walnut Grill and Foster Freeze, which is 4th and C, those buildings are very old and they are not up to ADA standards. 4th and Street C is in really poor condition. And we can't just go back and say, oh, it's okay the way it is. The rules don't allow that. So you have to make these upgrades to these properties. And when 4th and C left, I mean, it was a booming business. So I would think that you would want to put money into your building so somebody could rent it and that area is activated again. But it's not. When we talk about chain link fences, yeah, I don't like any of the chain link fences in town. I don't like the one at 7-Eleven. I don't like the one on the corner of D and the Boulevard. On the Boulevard. But that particular property is more problematic because it has not been cleaned up, the soils. But it is a great piece of property that you could really have great economic development there. And when you come in, I mean, you can just visualize something really cool on that property. But that property is not what we're talking about. It's not that it's not part of the Zone A, or we'll call it that. It's really outside of the area, and it's a problematic property, and it's also owned by, a large oil corporation that really doesn't apparently care. But I would like to start moving on, talking with them, because I think it is really an important piece of property, and see how we can facilitate moving that forward. But when, you look at that, people will come back and say, oh, it's too close to D Street, or it's too close to the Boulevard, and how are cars going to get in and out? There's always going to be issues. I believe that the hotel, I mean, it's proposed, is important for our economic development in this town. I mean, you have it's been 30 years that property has been vacant. There was a gas station there 30 years ago. And so we're going to wait how many more years? And then people are going to say, I still don't want it. And then no matter what we say you support it, please delay it, and then you're moving forward with a referendum that's going to cost the taxpayers $100,000. So whatever you're going to do is what you're going to do. And I think that we have to look at this as what's best for the city, and I do believe that an anchor hotel on the south end is going to complement the Petaluma Hotel, because you're going to have one at the north end and then one at the south end. When you walk down by Theater Square, it's not comfortable walking on the west side of the street. And I think that if you have that activated, you're going to get so much more activity in the town. And as far as, parking, I've been, going down, actually come downtown quite often, and I have lunch a lot, and I meet people. But I never seem to have, there are times when I have a challenging getting parking, and then I know that I have to go maybe to Liberty Street or someplace outside of Kentucky Street in the Boulevard area. The other day I was down there and I went to the A Street parking lot, and it just burns my rear end that there are all of these signs that says you'll be towed, and there's all these signs that says it's private parking, and yet people aren't even parked there. And so I think we really need to address what is going on with the A Street parking lot. If there's no documentation, then we need to start over. But I'd like to know who all of those people that have the ability to have a little sign up that says, this is my parking space and you can't park there. And yet on the weekends, people, I decided not to park there because I don't want a $650 ticket. So things like that need to be addressed. But going back to what we're doing tonight, I'm fine with going with just A, because I think that is the most, that is the area that we can get the best economics for our town. I think the other areas, I'd like to stick with all of them. I think there's opportunities everywhere. But when I do talk to people about B, they want to really know what is going to be when those two banks eventually go out. What's a design that could be there, instead of just including B and having a feeling that you really don't know what's going to be there, and that fear. I think that is appropriate just to pull out, even though I think it's right in the heart of our town. I don't think the banks are going to be gone in a year or two, but they will be gone with probably 5 years. And as far as like the Liberty Street area, you know, there are opportunities, but by not including this or removing B and C, you're still not precluding development that couldn't happen there. It's just, you know, it might be more challenging or it might not happen. Just like the one project didn't happen on Liberty Street because of, it didn't financially pencil out because they couldn't go high enough. I don't want 9 stories in our downtown, and I don't think we're going to see that. And I appreciated the comment between Walnut Creek and Petaluma because we're always comparing other cities, and the comparisons aren't really the same. I think as far as when Wayne was talking about jobs, Santa Rosa Junior College has a great program, and that program teaches HVAC systems, carpentry, and these are good jobs. They're good union jobs, or they're just good jobs in general. And so, but you know, not everybody can work in Petaluma. I mean, you have to have a lot of people just commuted to San Francisco when you were in the trades in the days. People go up north now, you know, to Santa Rosa and way past when you're in the trades now. So it's not that we don't want people to have jobs here. Sometimes the jobs take you other places. So we can't just say that jobs in Petaluma are going to necessarily happen. But I do think that that for economics, a hotel makes sense on that particular lot that's been vacant for 30 years. The chain link fence doesn't bring us in any tax dollars. And then we have, when we're looking at the budget of what Rebuilding Together does, Meals on Wheels, we don't know what's going to happen with the federal government. You know, when we're talking, you know, some people were really upset that Democrats supported moving forward instead of shutting down. Well, if we shut down, government might have never been opened up because of the administration we have. And so we have to think a little bit deeper than just what our emotions are. And I'm very concerned about the funding, and I'm very concerned about the mobile home parks. I never hear anybody mention about the mobile home park people. And they are really struggling, and every single day they are being harassed and they are fearful. And when I was in this meeting the other day with the GSMOL super chapter, I mean, it was kind of like an honor almost sitting there, just being able to look and see what other people are living every single day. And in this room, most of us are not living like that. We just aren't. We are very lucky people. We're lucky to live in Petaluma. We're lucky to have a historic downtown. And today, our historic downtown with the existing zoning could never be built. And so when you have a building in our historic area that is kind of the height of what this particular project would be, there's not really a difference. But everybody is looking at things kind of in a silo. And we have to look at things in the bigger picture. And we may think differently if the government had not changed, because we honestly just don't know what's going to happen. All these grants, when you talked about water today, where are the grant funding that we're going to get? It's a lot less than what we would have gotten. When you're writing for grants in the federal government, you have to keep certain words out, because if the certain words are in there, you're just going to be thrown out. So the whole world has really changed. Everything that we do changes.
Yeah.
And I just really think that it's important together as a community, and we recognize that it's not always about us. We have to look at the bigger picture. And I think this, I'm willing to get rid of B and C and just focus on A.
Appreciate that input. Councilmember Barnacle?
Thanks. I'm curious to hear what other council members have to say about getting rid of B and C. I'm open to it if others are, although I think it's a missed opportunity, but I'm willing to go along with it. I want to address a couple of the comments that came in. So, Lydia, you brought up that housing isn't feasible, and I totally agree with that. But I also think that what the strategic economics memo does talk about is that a greater diversity of housing products may become financially feasible in downtown in the future, especially if transportation, placemaking, and private amenity improvements enhance the area's desirability as a residential neighborhood. This basically means that we need to be catalyzing investment in our downtown. And I think if you just put that up as like, do we support investment in our downtown? I think people would agree with that agenda item. If people said, do we want strong city finances? They would say, yes, I want those. Do we want to grow the customer base for our downtown businesses? Yes, we do. Do we want to fill empty storefronts and have a vibrant downtown? Yes, of course we do. So I don't think it's an unpopular agenda, because that's what we're trying to do. I welcome a referendum, because that's when the rubber meets the road and you talk about it. That's when you get out there and there's going to be people talking about it. And you cut through the rhetoric, you cut through the crap, and you actually talk about why we're doing it. Because it isn't because we love hotels or we love hotel developers. It's because we want to support our downtown and we want a strong local economy. And that's good people can disagree on the way we get there, but I think we all want the same thing, and I welcome that. I want to address a couple of the other things. Urban chat, advocacy groups, absolutely. Our policy platform, that's what we run on. Those are the things that we run on. It shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, the mayor started Urban Chat before he was on, or not started Urban Chat. He was part of founding Know Before You Grow before he was even on the council, to get his policy platform out there. Safe Streets Petaluma was right there at the start of that. It's not I don't think it should be a mystery what we support when we're, that's why we run for council. I want to be transparent. Advocacy groups are part of government. They're part of, those are what it is. You can be on one side or the other, but it's exactly like what government is trying to move your agenda forward. That's why you get elected. I encourage us, everybody, to read The High Cost of Free Parking. And comparing us to Walnut Creek or comparing us to Sebastopol is a terrible example. Sebastopol is in financial crisis. They just had to pass a sales tax measure to avoid bankruptcy, pretty much the same situation we were in 2020. With all due respect, Councilmember Now, all the examples you gave were auto-oriented sprawl. How's Petaluma Hotel doing? Still doing great. It's part of the Visit Petaluma hashtag. That's exactly what we want, right? Hotel Petaluma has no off-street parking spaces. It's objectively an amenity for our town, and that's what the hotel offers too. So I think comparing to auto malls and big box stores and things like that is that was the promise of yesteryear. Yes, infill development is way more financially viable than any of that auto-oriented crap. I think the idea of, if we just had there was a 4-story hotel proposed there and it didn't pencil. That 4-story hotel didn't have any parking. So the 4-story hotel that didn't have any parking didn't get built. So the whole idea that we're just going to have a 4-story hotel is a false narrative, right? That's this is an opportunity. It's been brought before us. We can reject it, but we're not getting a 4-story hotel here, folks. If it's we just got to live in reality. The comments about parking and whatnot. How many want to live in a place that doesn't have parking? The Mid-Penn project that just opened up on the boulevard is 42 units or 44 units. There's 21 parking spaces, and they had 1,200 applications in the first 30 days. That's how much people need housing. They weren't concerned about where they were going to park. They were concerned about where they were going to sleep. That's what we're talking about. It's a luxury for all of us to be here concerned about parking because there's a whole mess of people who are worried about where they're going to sleep and how they're going to afford to pay their rent. You know, I'm totally fine moving forward with just A if that's where the council wants to be. I think, you know, there was a question about garbage pickup. I do want to answer that question and pull that up if we can.
Site requirements.
Comfortable coming back around to that?
Yeah, I'm comfortable coming back around to that. She said it was in
let's hold
site
that thought.
requirements. Yeah, thank you.
Are you good right for the minute then, Councilmember Barnacle? Good for the minute? Okay. Any thoughts from this side? Councilmember Quinn?
Thank you. So I guess first and foremost, I'm fine with removing B and C as well. No issues there. You know, I just want to, you know, this conversation makes me think about the conversations that I've had with constituents in District 4. So here at the council, I think we had, was it 2 weeks ago when we first heard this topic, we had 98, something like 98 written comments, some pro, a lot of against. We had 44 speakers. I'll probably remember that night for a very long time. You know, and I listened to that. But I knocked on about 1,500 doors during my campaign. And I talked to a lot of people in my district. And the very weekend before we voted a couple of weeks ago, that Saturday night I was at a PTA gala for La Tercera. And there's probably about 300 people there. And that Sunday I was at a, you know, my son plays Little League, and so I was at a Little League cap night, and we had 400 people there at our Little League cap night. And I'm in touch with those people. I talk to them. I have conversations with them. A lot of them support me. And I can tell you what they care about. Really what they care about is are we fixing their roads? And they care about whether, you know, the intersection of Caulfield and Eli is safe. They care about improving our parks, right? They want to have a place to play soccer. They care about fixing our fairgrounds and the neglect that occurred for a very long time. They really want to see our fairgrounds improved. They want to see seismic improvements to our historic fire station. They want to see our library, seismic improvements to the museum so that, you know, the next earthquake we have, that the glass ceiling doesn't come crashing down. I think that's really important to a lot of people. People in my district, they want to see swimming pools that actually serve their needs. They don't want to go to the swimming pool and have to dress in an open chamber that's uncomfortable. They'd like to see us make improvements to that. And they really care about public safety. I remember the first conversation I had with Chief Bryan was at the Petaluma Blacks community picnic last year. And he was telling me about the police department. And I was shocked to learn that all of our beat cops that patrol our streets, they were all hired since COVID. And I can tell you that a young police force is, I mean, that's something that, you know, we want to have experienced cops on our streets that are dealing with really difficult problems. And part of the reason why we have such a young police force is because our cops come here and they work for a year or two and they realize they can make more money going to Sonoma or San Francisco or a number of other jurisdictions. And so, you know, our police department does an incredible job, but they continue to be a training ground. And one of my missions is I want to make the other places a training ground, right? I want to be able to provide, really good public safety for our community. That's really important to me. Well, I'm a minority in this group because I think the hotel looks beautiful, right? I think the renderings that we see on the website are really nice. I remember one of the comments that was written about that came in about the height was it was a local organization, and the recommendation was that the height not exceed that of the Mutual Relief Building. Well, not being from Petaluma, I'm from Petaluma, but I'm a carpetbagger because I've only lived here for 16 years. So I had to educate myself on which building was the Mutual Relief Building. And, for those of you that don't know, it's the building that's right down on Western and Kentucky. And it's 63 feet tall, and there's no setback. And when you walk around that building, it doesn't feel big and out of place. And in fact, the hotel will feel less tall because that 63 feet is there's no setback. And then you walk down around the corner, you go down to, you walk from there down to the boulevard, and you turn right to go in front of McNear's, and you have this beautiful parklet. And right beyond the parklet, it's just this big empty space. And I think that hotel would be beautiful there. I think it would make a really nice bookend for that parklet. And I think the city, it opens up, opportunities to make that parklet even nicer. That's in front of McNear's. I think the drawings of that streetscape of the hotel are just absolutely beautiful. And so, I think it will enhance our downtown, and I certainly don't have a problem, advocating for that. I think we need to, consider. Well, let me just say, I believe the hotel is going to support Petaluma in a positive way. I look forward to seeing Forest Middleton tile being used in the construction. I look forward to seeing Petaluma coffee served in the restaurant. I look forward to seeing Anna Seafood served in the restaurant. I look forward to locally sourced Sonoma dairy and produce being served in the restaurant. If you look at what the hotel is proposing, they are embracing the culture of Petaluma, and they want to take everything that's great about Petaluma and celebrate it. And I think that's a wonderful thing. And so that's kind of that's where my thought is. And I would love to encourage the developer to use local workforce, because I think the more we can put our people in Petaluma to work, that's a good thing too. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do we want to extend the meeting? I'll make the motion.
I'm sorry. So it's likely that our meeting will not conclude before 11, and let's take a quick straw poll or formal poll of the council whether we're willing to finish this tonight. And just by show of hands, are we in? Are we in? Are we in? Are we in? Okay, so we're all in for some birthday. Thank you. And we were moving to Councilmember Shribs next.
Good. If we're coming to your house for a party? Okay. The bottom line for me, I can easily give up B and C area right now. That easy is focus on A. And the other thing is, since we're voting on the overlay and the opportunities for that entire area, because that area is the most in need, for the various plots that are there, that could be changed the most easily and the best for enhancement. It's just outside of the historic district. So I think going with the overlay for A is a good idea right now. And then the actual hotel, at the moment, I'd like to leave the door open for the hotel. I think it can be improved. We've got a really nice long letter about how much interest there is from the developer to work with the community to do what Councilman Quinn was just talking about, was providing lots of history within this inside, and a lot of Sonoma and Petaluma inside the hotel for the folks coming in. So that's the bottom line, basically, where I'm standing on this issue. A couple of things that were said earlier about the revitalization and what we could do in locations. Right now, we are working on land use and revitalizing, looking at all the places we can revitalize on our corridors, Petaluma Boulevard, Washington, and several other locations. That trying if we can bring in businesses, maker spaces. So we're really talking about how can we develop the economy. So that's being worked on. We are going to have more workshop on the actual land use as well as, and maybe hopefully, I've even suggested, how do we revitalize our economy downtown and the whole city as part of that. And I think that's going to be coming up. I think we'll hopefully have our city manager talk a little bit about our plans for revitalization and how this is all part of it. So that's happening. I was able to move my son home, built him an ADU, so he lives in the house, so that because I'm saving him that's right now, the rent, according to what I just saw just this week, a report came out, our rent for a single bedroom now is at $2,500 a month. So I'm saving him he lives there for free, so he gets almost. So that's the only way he can live here in Petaluma, because his job doesn't pay as much as I was hoping, but he does have a job here. He's becoming a carpenter, and so he's going to be building and doing things, and he's really interested in doing construction and wants to work here in Petaluma. So he wants to stay here. This is the only way he can stay here, is to have a job here and be living in my cheap rent place. So that's all good stuff that's happening. Someone said, visitors don't want to come. I can't bring my friends here to visit for the once a year. Okay, if you put pencil to paper, if you look at 50 residents, let's say even a 4-story, 3-story, 4-story little housing complex, whatever, downtown, maybe you have 50 residents or 50 spots in there of folks, or 25 spots, couples, so you have 25 young couples there or elderly folks. And you consider the amount of economy that they bring to our downtown, 50 residents versus 500 or even 1,000 visitors. Who do you think is going to give us more economic stimulus in our downtown? 50 residents or 1,000 visitors? And I'd be willing to bet on pencil and paper that the 50 residents living every day, spending money every day downtown, is going to provide us a hugely more economic stimulus than 1,000 visitors. And the visitors that we do get now, or will get with this hotel, they're going to be spending at least $200-300 a day downtown on tours and doing things, attracted to our downtown because they love coming to our downtown and visiting, and providing the money to our shops, which need the money. So I just was at the downtown a business association. They need the income. They need the walk-ins. Folks who have money willing to spend stuff. So that's all really good stuff. As far as parking goes, right now, parking is difficult. Projecting out the way the auto cars are operating, the auto taxis, Uber, and all the others that are coming and moving around. We're going to have valet service from the train station in, from the bus that comes in from the airport. Folks will fly into town. They'll take a bus right from the airport, which I do myself. That's the cheapest, actually, the route I can get to and from. I take the bus, and a lot of folks will do the same. And there'll be a constant little robot taxi goes to pick them up, bring them in, go drop them off, take them wherever they want. So in 20 years from now, instead of having a single electric bus with a driver in it, it's going to be a small little car with totally robot. That's what's probably going to be 20 years from now. That's the prediction. So we're going to see a transformation happening. It's happening in some of the major cities already, down in San Francisco and other places. That's already being done. So it's going to come here within 20 years. So that's what we're planning for. So as far as parking goes, over time, it's going to be difficult in the short term, but long term, it will be reduced. There will be various other transportation methods developed in time. When it comes to the hotel, I said the hotel, the overlay is tonight, the decision. So I'm going for the A. Let's go with the overlay. And the hotel, that's for a really good discussion at the Planning Commission coming up with the historic folks are going to get together with them. So there's lots and lots of discussion on that. There is concerns about the financial status. That will get resolved. Staff's going to look into that more deeply. So we will have that worked out, but we're going to give the hotel the opportunity to try. and we need that try to move forward. And so that's why I'm going to go with it tonight. And with that, we need a motion or anything to.
Maybe I get to say a few things.
Okay, you got to say a few things? Okay, just in case.
And I have that question outstanding to staff too.
Is staff prepared to address Councilmember Barnacle's question?
Thanks, Mayor. So I have a few things, but would you prefer covering your points first, or we can jump in?
That's a great plan. Okay, I'll do that. So my comments don't reach to the future quite as far as yours do. As anyone knows me, knows that my interest has always been housing and the housing crisis and housing affordability, housing availability. And so I'm very interested in having A, B, and C. I'm not optimistic that much will get built. The reports say it's very difficult to build in this environment. And one person will say, yes, I can do this. Another say, no. I'm just hopeful something happens because we have people who need housing now, and we can't kick the can down the road. I'm really happy to hear historic advocates say that they find the A only to be an acceptable or even a positive approach here. That will pull me off of my A, B, and C and say that we can go with A. Now, it hits the policy perspectives we had from this of downtown housing and economic development. A has economic and it has housing opportunity in there. We've had people say, well, we need to do something to incentivize people to put housing in. Well, that's the whole point of the overlay. We're basically upzoning. Right now, people aren't using the land for housing. It's this whole chain link fence thing. If we do something to incentivize it, like make it yield more, maybe somebody will do something good. We don't know, actually. We can't make people do development. We have to make the incentives available so that it's viable for them. And I'm hoping that that's what the overlay does, is it puts that on the table. So much of what I hear from the public reflects their specific concerns. And what the council has to see, or what the city has to see, is all of the concerns, and not just for today, but for the future, like we're saying. So we have to see where this is going and try and address where we're going. And we can only do it with tools of reality. We can't say we wish the developer did a thing, like why don't they put the hotel in a different block? Why doesn't he make it a different? Those are not things the city can do. They don't address the problem that we're having, our housing problem and our economic problem. So many things got brought up tonight as ideas. Well, why doesn't the city do this and such thing? And we can't stop and say, well, we are doing that, and we are doing that, we are doing that. Especially like Councilmember Cater Thompson said about jobs. Big shout out to Santa Rosa JC for building a jobs training center here in Petaluma. I mean, the city is hitting everything that you can think of, and you come with the concerns and you say, don't build a hotel or housing till you solve these others. We're addressing, not winning, but we're trying, and we're pushing on all those levels. And so that's why it's really nice to hear the hotel would be having local ag involved in it. When we talk about incubator spaces, we talk about bringing ag in. So all these things are in the queue. They're just not in this decision. And this decision is about housing and economic development. I kind of want to tease back to my friends at the Petaluma Historic Advocates with, when we see downtown is declining, the businesses are declining downtown. There's more and more shuttered things downtown. And what council's position is with this housing and hotel is more people puts more revenue into those buildings. The shops stay open, more shops open. When the shops do well, the landlord does well. The landlord reinvests in the historic nature. There's a high maintenance on historic buildings. So when you have more people in the downtown, like this proposal is, I think the council is the real historic building advocacy. That's what's going to keep downtown historic buildings active. So, I realize it's hard to reach an agreement, but we're sharing the idea that motivates us and why. And I do appreciate that people have said, Mr. Boyd said, you're good-hearted, you're thinking you're doing a good thing. And I think council says the same back to the public. We hear you, we've listened to you, we're not rushing this, we're trying to do a good thing. We hear that you're coming from a good place and a good heart. We deal with realities, we have to make a vote, and so for me tonight, the A is where I'd like to move it forward. Do we have a couple things from staff to tidy up here?
Thank you, Mayor. We do. So I'll just do three buckets, which I think the third bucket will help segue into what sounded like a straw poll on where we should land this tonight. So bucket number one was around economic development. And so a lot of discussion around the city and economic development strategies and how do we support not just new development, new potential visitors, new people to frequent our downtown, but what are we doing as a city to support and assure that our local small businesses thrive? And so one of the tenets of the overlay is just that. By creating these opportunities, we're adding more people, thereby more access and frequency, more foot traffic to our existing businesses. But that's not just the only way. And so I think there's been a couple instances that have come up in the past and even tonight. So I just wanted to quickly address those. And so with respect to, there's two projects that have come up, former Walnut Grill. And so that is an active project that we are working to re-tenant for Roy Cabrera of Elroy's as recent as last week in discussions to provide two paths, essentially. The quick path would be, if you want to come and just open the space. It was a former restaurant. You're essentially a second wave restaurant coming into it. It's essentially a building permit. And so we've laid out these options. The other option, which is what Mr. Cabrera wants to proceed with, is an expansion of interior dining space. And so that is a minor SPAR process that, again, there's a process to it. That's something that we are ready and willing to help facilitate. So that is a project that's ongoing. The other one that has come up a few times, 4th and C, a building permit is issued, has been issued. We've engaged directly with the property owner and a potential tenant, a pupuseria that wanted to come in last year. And at some point it didn't, materialize, but there is a permit issued. There is not a parking issue or a requirement that is, I've heard a few times. And so we're ready to move those projects forward. And I think it points to a bigger conversation about, and this ties in with the Oyster Cove comment from Councilmember Now, to actually get something done and built and in the ground so people can actually enjoy. It's like a three-pronged stool. There's the property owner, there's a developer, and then there's the city. And unless all three are working together, it's just not going to happen.
Speak up, please. You speak up, we can hear you.
Okay. Is that better?
Yep.
Okay, should I start over?
No, carry on.
Okay, so in summary.
Just Oyster Cove.
Yeah. So all that to say, development is challenging. It's really important that we have good developers and good property owners and good regulations in place to see projects actually materialize. The overlay is one of those opportunities here. And so that's why we as staff appreciate this conversation. So that's the bucket around economic development. It's not just new development. It's, we're trying to balance all the things, work directly with applicants, work directly with property owners, so that their hopes and dreams are fully realized. That's something that, that's just our day-to-day, whether it's at the counter or more extensive conversations like we're having, such as the overlay. So that's about economic development. Second bucket is about project review. And so we are at a point where we are creating new development regulations for a future project to come. And so we're in a unique position where there is a project that is going through the process, which is the hotel, as part of this project. And so, as we've said, and I think it just bears repeating, the project itself will have its opportunity, and city has a discretion to ensure that the project that gets built is the best project that works within the regulations that they have. And so things like, I heard a couple times in public comment about parking adequacy. That is a finding that every single application is required to provide with a use permit. And so that is already built in. Planning Commission, our Historic, Cultural, and Preservation Committees will weigh that if and when that project moves forward. And there's a very specific finding in there that they have to make with respect to parking adequacy. One more thing about project review. So that second bucket, there was a question from Councilmember Shribs earlier just about state density bonus, concessions. Are we still going to be able to, by going down to A, still have the opportunities? Does the state density bonus law provide opportunities to realize housing projects? And so I think I responded correctly, but I wanted to just double down on this. So state density bonus law, right now, a project that gets submitted with the 15% minimum affordable housing requirement gets you one concession and waiver. And so that is relief from the city's development standards. And so, yes, there's a little bit of an incentive if a project comes in seeking state density bonus, but as proposed, the overlay has a number of regulations and incentives. And so I just thought it's worth mentioning that, yes, state density bonus law gives you some incentives, not as much as the overlay as proposed, but there are concessions and waivers that could be sought after within sub-area B and C if the overlay were not to move forward on those two. So not as many as the overlay, but there are some. Bucket number 3 is a good segue. I'm going to turn this over to our planning manager, Andrew Triple, and this was a focused question about trash and recycling, which is a critical component to any project. And so Andrew's going to talk through the comment that was made in the public comment with respect to having adequate recycling and solid waste. And I do think that would be a good segue back into the next steps to close the evening out.
That wasn't my question. In the site requirements, I believe only one item of the site requirements is required.
Okay, I think we're going to,
thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Brian. I want to start, I really appreciate Councilmember Cater Thompson's comment that the downtown that we value so much, the historic downtown, could not be developed under the regulations that are in place today. And much of the conversation has been focused on height, but we also want to think about lot coverage. And that was the goal of subsection H, the criteria to exceed 80% lot coverage. We recognized that lot coverage historically has been 100%. And so to achieve that 100% lot coverage is, from a developer perspective, that's more square footage that you can develop, you can generate more revenue, and so you're compelled to achieve a higher lot coverage. But at the same time, we wanted something for that, so that trade-off or that incentivizing but getting something out of that that we value was the goal of subsection H. The concern that we would have with regard to the development including adequate provision for recycling and solid waste, the state law regulates that anyway. So based upon the number of dwelling units, or amount of commercial square footage and so forth, they would do a calculation to determine how many cubic feet you need to provide of waste receptacles, compost receptacles, recycling receptacles, and so forth. The other factors, though, we would be concerned if we required more than one, that it could have a chilling effect on a goal of achieving a higher level of lot coverage. So that is something to consider when we think about requiring multiple of those factors in subsection H, that in fact it could get us to a place where we're not achieving a higher than 80% lot coverage, and so we're not becoming more consistent with that development pattern of the traditional downtown core. So just to point that out, I think that there are valuable benefits to some of those that we identified, the adequate street trees, wider sidewalks, so on and so forth. Those are all really great, but they are also, at this point in time, discretionary. And so a developer can choose to do more than one of those and could layer those on and do multiple, especially if they feel that through the discretionary process they result in a better project that's more favorably reviewed by the review authorities. So I realize it's not a specific answer, but those are some of the considerations that went into the drafting of that subsection and the requirement that only one of those criteria has to be met.
Okay, thank you. Thank you on all 3 points. I have one more. Is there anybody else with one more? I'll run my one more first. My concern on the whole is that has to do with the financial stability of the developer, and I don't want to see us ever get involved with a development that later shifts an economic burden back onto the city. I mean, the whole point is for property, all properties to contribute. Many have suggested that EKN doesn't have the resource funding because of the Tahoe News articles that we've seen. The resources are funding. I understand the cost of this hotel to them may make them choose to back out at some point, but I just don't want to see any costs shift onto the city. I want it clear that the city wouldn't ever consider a reduced fee or another vehicle that makes any of the project less of a contributor. There are many tricks that many developments use to, waive TOT for 5 years, things like this. I just want to make it clear that, that we don't want that involved in this process. And certainly the theater district is still getting slammed for this kind of thing that happened back on that project. So let's just say not on this project. Let's make that clear. That was my, I just want to be clear on that point. Anybody have any remaining conversation tonight? Then I think we're looking for a motion that is either do the second reading or repeal and do first reading of the A only. Is that?
That's right. The way it's described in the agenda description, the council has the option of either giving the second reading, which constitutes adoption of the ordinance that was introduced on the 24th, and that would be with all 3 sub-areas, or alternatively, if the council wants to reduce the overlay to sub-area A only, as has been discussed, and we've heard public comment about and council comment about, that would be to, our recommendation would be, and it's been prepared for council action tonight, to adopt a resolution repealing Resolution 2025-022 NCS regarding the general plan amendment, and to also reintroduce an amended zoning overlay, the difference of which from what the council introduced on the 24th is that it would apply to sub-area A only. And there'd be follow-up, if there's council questions, we can talk about subsequent actions. Obviously, we'd have to have the second reading then of the reintroduced amended zoning ordinance. And as I think the staff report also talks about, is at the same time, we'd be coming back with an updated corresponding general plan amendment that like the amended and reintroduced ordinance would only apply to sub-area A. So those are the options, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are we understood? Good. Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move that we repeal the second reading, and also that we move Section A only as a first reading.
I think we need to clarify that. I think we're repealing which document?
The
resolution.
General Plan Amendment Resolution 2025022. In fact, is it okay? Can I just read the description? It sounds like the majority of the council wants to do the alternative.
There's a resolution and an ordinance, and the resolution gets repealed and replaced at a future date, and the ordinance, instead of doing second reading, has a first reading of the amended tonight.
Right.
Correct. So can we just move what was just said, that this is what we're going to do? Can we do it both at the same time, or do we have to do it two separate motions?
If the votes are the same, you can do them at the same time. I just want to be exactly clear on what you're doing. So
we're not doing the first thing in the document. We're doing the or part.
The alternate,
right.
Yes.
Right.
I just want to make sure we're all.
Which is the repeal and the reintroduction of amended zoning ordinance.
That's correct. So we have that motion from Councilmember Shribs and a second from Councilmember Cater Thompson. And questions, comments, and a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly is recused. Now?
No.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries with Councilmember Now voting no and Councilmember DeCarly recused.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you all being here and all your input and staying so late. And this meeting is now adjourned.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kevin. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Happy birthday.